The A's have been offensively challenged the last couple of days here in Southern California. This 2018 Athletics team is built to score runs. They have showed signs in this early part of the season, but Bob Melvin and the boys need some consistency at the plate. The Dodgers bat so oak last night as they got to Sean Manaea early and took game one. The A's will look to split this series and leave Los Angeles on a winning note. A's, Dodgers, next. It is another beautiful night. We're at Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles for Game 2 of this two-game series. It's the Oakland A's and the Los Angeles Dodgers coming up on NBC Sports California, powered by Xfinity. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Oakland A's Baseball. Along with Ray Fosse, I'm Glenn Kuiper. First two games of this road trip, Friday night, Saturday night in Anaheim. The A's scored a total of 16 runs. So, Ray, you got the feeling maybe the offense was starting to come together. Unfortunately, the last two games, they haven't done much offensively.
And, Kuiper, we're going to show a graphic. Let's hope this graphic changes by maybe next week, because right now it does not look that great. Only one run scored in the first inning. Matt Chapman, of the young players, is the only one really right now that's swinging the bat well. Matt Olson is not playing tonight, so Bob Melvin trying to mix it a little bit against the lefty. But I think what you're seeing, a bunch of young players, and hitting is contagious. One guy starts to hit, a couple of guys, maybe everybody in the lineup. We saw it last Friday when they hit 5 home runs. Let's hope that can get back to where they have been and try to do something with this offense, because you have to score some runs to be successful.
Well, the lefty for the Dodgers tonight will be Alex Wood. He finally put it all together last year, had an all-star season. So what is the A's approach against Alex Wood? Let's find out from Dallas Braden. Dallas?
Guys, first of all, Alex Wood has gotten off to a great start over the course of this early season. He hasn't walked a single batter. He's got 11 strikeouts, I believe, in 10 innings or 14 innings, excuse me. So when you think about a guy like Alex Wood being able to fill the zone up early and often, you think about last night. Some pitching backwards, a lot of soft stuff early, soft stuff late. Talk to Darren Bush, the hitting coach today. Look for that fastball up in the zone, and if you're going to sit on that off speed, you got to see him up and be patient. Also, Oakland offense hitting 146 over the last 7 games with runners in scoring position. Get them on, get them over, and get them in, boys. Let's go, Oakland.
All right, big hit. That's what we're looking for. Daniel Migden is going to pitch tonight for the Athletics. We'll head back to the A's pregame live studios right after this.
Designed for the grind that comes through every time. See your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. By Southwest Airlines, low fares, no hidden fees. That's transparency. And by Jack in the Box. Try the new Cholula Buttery Jack, part of the Buttery Jack family. Only at Jack in the Box.
So Alex Wood and the Dodgers, dressed in those classic all-white Dodger uniforms, they take the field. And let's check the game time weather for tonight. It's presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. The admission-free boardwalk is open for spring break. A little bit cooler tonight, but a very nice night here in Southern California. 64 degrees. And we're going to enjoy this because we're headed to Seattle, where it's supposed to rain for 4 straight days.
It's raining right now,
Yeah.
so it'll be even more. But 4 days, the A's will be there. It will be wet.
So let's take a look at the starting lineup tonight for the Athletics. Brought to you by, as always, Southwest Airlines. And here it is. Marcus Semien will lead off at short. Mark Canha gets the start tonight. He's at first base. Then it's Lowry, Davis, Chapman in the middle. Piscotty, Luke Croy, Trace Thompson gets his first start with the A's. Thompson will be in center field, and the pitcher Migden will bat ninth.
And another left-hander facing the Athletics tonight. It's the lefty Alex Wood. Last year, he won 16 games for the Dodgers in 25 starts, 27 appearances. So the lefty not really overpowering, but said the same thing about Ryu last night. But this young man knows how to pitch. ERA a sub-2, and just a very good lefty in this already very long list of lefties in their rotation.
Dodgers defense behind Wood. Jack Peterson is at left field tonight. Chris Taylor in center. Matt Kemp is in right. Forsythe, Seager, Utley, Bellinger on the infield, and Yasmani Grandal is the catcher. So the music's about to stop. That's good news. What'd you say, Ray? I can't hear you.
I didn't hear a word you said.
I still can't hear you, Ray.
What did you say about the organ between innings that was so refreshing?
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah.
Good A's fan right there. Proudly wearing the good-looking gold sweatshirt.
Right.
So Marcus Semien steps in. Alex Wood is ready, and so are we. And that young lady that we just showed, she's sitting right behind Dallas Braden. Dallas. Tell her we like her sweatshirt.
Well, I did. I told her. I told her take a peek down at the monitor. You're on TV. She's rocking the green and gold beautifully.
Right.
Yeah, her and Hubs. They've been taking care of me out here. I told them you got to help me out when it comes time for the 7th inning stretch and food, though.
All right. Sounds like a Dodger dog's in your future. Whether that's good or bad, we do not know.
I had one last night. Probably not good.
How was it? Dodger dogs are not what they used to be.
John Reynolds brought one in last night, and like a fool, I ate it, but I don't know about tonight.
Here's a quick look at the umpires. Mike Malinsky is calling balls and strikes. The crew chief is Mike Winters at first. Tim Timmons at second. Rob Drake is over at third.
And if you want to compare Dodger dogs to the hot dogs at the Coliseum, I'll take the Coliseum hot dogs.
I agree.
I would agree with that strongly. I tell you what, guys, a couple years ago, I had the opportunity to interview the head chef here at Dodger Stadium, and I asked him the pressing question that I know America wants the answer to, which was, how many Dodger dogs has Vince Scully consumed in his time as a dog? The answer was zero. Zero.
Yeah,
and I believe every minute
And
of
he's
it.
in the Hall of Fame. Yeah, they're not. I don't think they're quite as good as they used to be.
Well, no, it looked like a pencil. I mean, if you're going to eat a hot dog, you want some meat to it.
Yeah.
You don't want it to be pencil thin that you just, a couple of bites and done.
3-2
So
to
now that we
Marcus
talked
Semien.
about the cuisine
Well,
at Dodger Stadium,
It's important to get the important stuff out of the way early. Maybe some runs early. Wouldn't that be nice for the Athletics? 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out.
change up. Come on, man. Throw a fastball 3-2. Somebody challenge somebody.
Well, Foss, spoken like a true hitter. I know you want to hunt the heater, but I think Alex Wood has the script on that as well. We talked about him going soft early, going soft late. That's going to be his strength. So we'd like to see the Oakland hitters sit back and, again, see that off speed up.
And they do have the scouting report, and that's kind of what they should be doing, is just kind of sit back and almost think soft whenever it is going to be a fastball count. There's your fastball, curveball. How about that? Curveball thrown a higher percentage than the fastball. But all three pitches thrown almost equal, with the curveball a little bit more. So you're thinking soft and left-hander and not somebody that's going to throw below or any higher than 91, 92. So you have a shift to the left side.
Pitchcast brought to you by SoFi, a modern finance company. 1-1 the count to Mark Canha. Canha at first base tonight.
You know, reason I said about that, I remember at one time it was National League 2-0, 3-1, 3-2. I'm going to rear back and throw it. You try to hit it. Now it's finesse in both leagues, and that's the difference. I know, Dallas, what you're saying is true, and because you get hitters looking fastball, you almost have to in those counts, and all of a sudden they pull the string. It's going to be an out.
Diving play, Bellinger, and he's not going to be able to get to the bag. And Alex Wood, as some left-handers do, they kind of fall off toward the third base side of the mound, and it's tough for them to spin around and get back to first.
We saw Danny Coulomb did it very nicely last night, but I think Alex Wood tonight was a spectator saying, hey, nice play there. Let me take a look at you there. Oh, you caught it. I guess I better hurry to get there. And it's a base hit. And that's Mark Canha, and to your point, falling off towards third base. But see how he hesitated? Yep. You have to immediately think about a ball to the right side when you do fall to the right side. That's what Danny did so well last night. Coulomb. He started to the third, but immediately the ball to the right side, he took off to first base. But that's that slight hesitation. And also, you have to know as a pitcher where your defense is positioned. With Bellinger off the bag that far, you have to be able to get over there if you're going to get an out.
Well, and as a left-hander, Foss, one of the things that you are taught very early on is to follow your glove. And though fundamentally he's not finishing the way you'd like to see a lot of guys in terms of being able to field your position, a la Greg Maddux, follow that glove, let that instinct kick in, and you'll be in a position to either get over and cover first, receive a throw, or make a defensive play yourself.
1-1 the count to Jed Lowry. Or make it 0-2, excuse me.
Kev, I know you're not going to like this, but I always talk about the importance of a catcher. What does a catcher do? He reminds the pitcher, get over on a ground ball, cover first base. You have to and why does that have to happen? Because a pitcher has a lot that's going through his mind. So that little reminder, ground ball to the right side, get over there, hurry up, and you start yelling, go, go, go.
This one hit high in the air, fairly deep, but in the ballpark. Chris Taylor in right center, he's got it. So that's out number 2.
Fielder number 2, Chris Davis.
So here's Chris Davis, and I was thinking about Chris Davis's night last night, Ray. And the A's desperately need him to get going. First couple at bats, he strikes out, and then he finished with a couple of base hits, and his last base hit, right center.
That's right.
Doesn't seem like a big deal at the time, but when you see a hitter like Chris Davis start to hit some line drives toward right field, that's a good sign. And he hits that one hard to right field, and it's hit well. Kept going back, and that baby's gone. Chris Davis, a 2-run homer here in the first inning to give the A's an early 2-0 lead.
And exactly to your point, partner, because that's exactly what happened. And I was just going to say, if you think the 85 home runs he's hit in 2 years, how many have gone from center field to the right field foul line? And what does he do on this pitch from Alex Wood? Location outside, no reason to try to pull. If you have power that he has, why try to pull a ball that's outside? Take the line drive, hit it in the seats, which we saw him the last 2 years do so consistently, and that's his power. But I think exactly what you said last night, that base hit to right center was maybe something to close him up and utilize the power. And
there you go.
There's the hair.
And what you like to see is you like to see these guys aggressive early in the count, especially on the heater.
Quick 0-2 to Matt Chapman.
Well, he got a fastball first pitch. You're right, Dallas, and then they hit it to right field. With that kind of power, and maybe, I mean, it was Shreve that he hit for the first home run April the 21st in 2016. It took him that long to hit his first. It was against the lefty. And just his second tonight. Hit one opening day, a big 3-run home run, but it's a great shot to right center. He picked the hair out a little bit more tonight than he did last night.
I'm telling you, Ray, he is not that far behind the great Oscar Gamble. The late great Oscar Gamble.
Yeah, exactly, unfortunately. But see,
strike 3 call.
Wow, there's your high strike.
So that is the third out, but the A's get a couple of first inning runs, a thing of beauty. Chris Davis with his second home run of the year. This one to right field. Dodgers come to hit when we come back. Brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Taylor, Peterson, Seager, Kemp, Bellinger, Grandal, Utley, Forsythe, and the pitcher Alex Wood.
Well, it's well documented that for Daniel Mingden at home, he's yet to win. On the road, he's had success. Tonight he gets a 2-run lead before he takes the mound. Facing the Dodgers for the first time ever. Not one of these hitters has ever faced him. So perhaps tonight, as he did in Philadelphia last September, Daniel Mingden can have a good quality start tonight.
As he faces Chris Taylor. And that one spins Taylor back out of the way as he showed bunt. We know what Taylor did last night leading off the bottom of the first. Home run.
My ears are pounding.
Ray, it's only the bottom of the first. But I think it's important with one pitch into the game to get that rally cry going. What do you think, Dallas? Is it loud down there?
No, actually, it's not very subdued. Again, guys, we're in Los Angeles. They'll be rolling in until about the third inning.
It's a good crowd tonight. In fact, it may be a sellout tonight.
Yeah, the upper corners are sold, or at least filling up.
One pitch is a fastball high. Well, Ray, you mentioned the home road thing with Mingden. How about this? 23 consecutive scoreless innings on the road. That's too short of an Oakland record. Gene Nelson and Dennis Eckersley, a couple of relievers. Remember, a big part of that was that start in Philadelphia last year.
Well, Chris Taylor started it for the Dodgers last night. A 2-1 fastball off Sean Manaea. And that not only got the crowd pumped up, but the next batter, Seager, on a 1-1, he took him deep. Or just 2 blasts to lead off the game.
3-1 pitch called the strike.
And you did notice Sean Manaea, that great shot Tommy Adza had him in the dugout. Got rid of the mustache. Gone.
Short-lived.
Oh, should have. Clean shaven was Sean Manaea. Just like Juan Dorado before last night's game, but not tonight. There's Sean. Maybe Triggs next to him, but Sean Manaea. Sands and stash.
Well, I tell you, Foss, that mustache came out of nowhere. And
yeah, it did.
Kind of like that relative during the holidays. Sometimes you got to pack them up and send them on their way when they show up unannounced like that.
Well, it looked like he got a magic marker to it or something, because it was quick and then quickly gone. So maybe it was a paste on or something.
The old uncle you didn't know you had showing up at Christmas. Who is that? Whose brother is that? Foul ball. Defensively, the A's tonight have Davis, Thompson, Piscotti in the outfield. Chapman, Simeon, Lowry, and Canna on the infield. with Jonathan Lucroy doing the catching. So Trace Thompson gets his first start. And Matt Olson gets his first night off.
Yeah, exactly. And too bad also for Jake Smolenski, who normally had been playing against lefties, but I still contend that he swung better against right-handers in spring training than lefties, and it's kind of been proving that this year.
Swing and a miss. 3-2 off speed.
Well, guys, if you remember last Thursday during the outing for Daniel Mingden, he wore a liner off the bat of Odor right off the top of the foot. There was some question on whether or not he was going to be able to finish. He went down for a while in pain, agony. I've been there. I know what the young man was feeling. You can see here, just not sure, unable to put any pressure on it, was able to hang around, battle back. That's a great sign of a guy who's tough, who understands, you know what, I'm just cutting my teeth here. I'm just getting started. Give me the rock. I want to roll.
That's exactly what he said, too. He said it's going to take a lot more than that to get me out of the game. But the scary part was seeing his left leg gyrating the way it was, and it was right foot. But that was the pain. But, Cap, you brought up the point about the high-top shoes. See the shoes? He said that protected it. He said if he'd had the lower shoes, who knows how much damage it could have done. But the fact that they were up a little bit higher than the normal, not the real high tops, but close, protected his ankles.
Just a little extra leather.
Yeah. Great shot, guys, and that's perfect.
1-1 the count to Jacques Peterson.
You can also tighten the laces around the top of the shoes, which kind of puts support on the ankle.
A little bit outside, 2-1. Peterson hitting just 125, couple of RBIs. He's got 2 hits and 16 at bats. Good power, got to be careful. Right center. It's going to hang up for Piscotty and Thompson, and they don't see it. And Peterson's at second.
Piscotty put his hands up a little bit too late. Because it looked like Trace Thompson was there, but deferring to Piscotty. But he put his hands up, and that indicates from this guy that he didn't see it. If you watch Piscotty in right field, it's a fly ball in play. He goes over, watch what happens right at the last instant. I don't see it. I don't see it. And Trace Thompson in front of him, maybe he didn't see it either. Because maybe it's closer and more of Thompson's ball than Piscotty's. And he said, I don't see it. But really, in reality, it was closer to Trace Thompson. And Thompson has played here in these conditions, but it is tough at twilight. And that's a gift that should have been an out.
Well, boss, that's a point I was going to make. Being outside right now, looking up, living in LA, there is a little bit of an issue come twilight. You don't have quite the marine layer. It's more of a smog layer. Yeah. That's going on here, but it can translate into that deep sky.
And that one away from Lucroy, and now Peterson's at third.
Well, an out that should have been, and then, of course, pitching out of the stretch and ball in the dirt. Jonathan Lucroy, good technique, but the ball hit too hard and bounced away far enough for Peterson to go to third. Now it just takes a ground ball, and it's a one-run game.
1-0 to Seager, 2-11, a home run. That was last night. Missed outside, 2-0. On deck is Matt Kemp. From Seager. Sitting on a 2-0 pitch. He bounces it toward Lowry. That'll get a run home. So it's 2-1. So give Seager his third RBI. He did what he needed to do, put it in play.
And give the Dodgers a gift, and that is a Christmas gift on April the 11th. But a good approach by Seager just to put the ball in play with the infield back to plate the run.
So 2 away, bases empty. Here's Matt Kemp hitting in the cleanup spot.
Look at Mingden ready. He's on the mound waiting for Kemp. He's been standing in that position, Mingden has, all the while that Kemp trying to settle himself in at the plate.
And the first pitch is a fastball, a little bit inside, not by much.
And there is something to that, boss. We actually have our good friend here, Nomar Garcia-Parra, a guy I actually played with and then rehabbed against when he came down to AAA when he was with Las Vegas. And I was sort of similar in terms of Mingden being ready, having the ball, ready to go, forcing the action.
Line drive at a base hit left field.
And he talked to me about it, and he said, you know, I can remember it just, not making me necessarily uncomfortable because, hey, that's Nomar, but you get the feel that, hey, you're on the pitcher's time. This is on me. I'm ready to rock. When you step in the box, I'm going to be the one who dictates the action.
Yeah. But I think all the more reason that with nobody on base, the pitcher has 12 seconds to deliver the ball and then talk about a 20-second clock. But I still say that the umpire should be required to enforce the batter to get in the batter's box, especially when the pitcher's ready to go and the batter's taking his time. The umpire should say, get in the box. If not, I'm going to have him throw it. It's going to be a strike. I have seen that before, but that's not one of the prerequisites for an umpire to be able or to have to do that. It's determined after the game if it takes too much time. Jonathan Lucroy told me he got 2 letters when he was with Milwaukee that he was taking too much time. 2 letters from the league office telling him to get in the batter's box.
And a miss by Bellinger. I'd like to read one of those letters. Out of curiosity.
Knowing Luke, he probably got him and just ripped them up and threw them away. Said, okay. But that's what basically they said at the conference call this spring, and that was that that's not the umpire's job behind the plate. They'll send letters to the players who are taking too much time. Well, they're able to take as much time as they want, and it's really taken away from the pitcher.
Well, I think that's something that needs to be communicated from the commissioner's office to maybe every fan, or at least the layman fan who doesn't necessarily understand and is blaming the hitter and blaming the pitcher. You know what? There is a responsibility. It falls on the home plate umpire. Yeah. And if they're not willing to enforce it, then there's nothing much left to do for the player.
Bellinger, a couple of hits last night.
And the commissioner was in town today to announce the All-Star game for the Dodgers in 2020. So, you know, I could talk to him and said, hey, let's go. But he's probably happy with the Dodgers because they're playing games under 3 hours.
Blocked by Lucroy. Well, tonight, any 95-mile-per-hour fastball is our fast pitch brought to you by Xfinity, the fastest Wi-Fi at home and on the go. So 2020 All-Star Game, indeed, right here at Dodger Stadium. This year, it'll be in Washington, D.C. at Nationals Park. Next year, it's in Cleveland.
So a new park in Washington, relatively new park in Cleveland. Seems like it's brand new, but it's approaching 20 years.
Bellinger skies one.
I see it.
I hope that Marcus Semien does. And he's got it. Side retired. A run for the Dodgers. So we've played one from Dodger Stadium. 2-1, the A's lead. Coverage of the Kings-Rockets game is airing right now on NBC Sports California. Plus, it can be found on the channel numbers listed on your screen. For more information, log on NBCSportsCalifornia.com or call your local TV provider. Second inning, and it's a 2-1 A's lead over the Dodgers. Stephen Piscotty's going to lead things off, followed by Luke Roy and Trace Thompson. First pitch to Piscotty is a strike on the outside corner. Piscotty 1 for 3 last night. He walked. In fact, he got the first hit off Ryu.
And it sounded like the Dodgers, Dave Robertson, Rick Honeycutt, the pitching coach, were happy because it took a little pressure off in case Ryu continued with a no-hitter, because he had not pitched, what, in 8 days, and they were concerned about too many pitches.
So that's a strike. 1-2 the count. Piscotty overall hitting .205 in the early going. 8 hits and 39 at bats. He's got 1 double. Lays off that pitch. 2-2 the count.
Well, one thing about Wood, we're seeing more and more pitchers pitching out of the stretch. This is not even an abbreviated windup, just stretch for Wood with nobody on base leading off the inning. Led off the game the same way. That should be a slider or changeup.
And he got him swinging on a pitch that was down and in. Third strikeout for Wood. So a little bit more on the All-Star Game announcement that was made today here at Dodger Stadium. First time since 1980. Well, that's going to be a long time. Fourth time in franchise history. Ebbets Field in 49, and then in 59 at the Coliseum. How about that?
Holds 100, huh?
Yeah. Coliseum is where the Dodgers played the 58, 59, 60, and 61 seasons. The Coliseum as in the football stadium, so it was really not designed at all for baseball, and it was a very funky configuration. How far was it to left field? Was it 290 or something?
Something like that, because Don Newcomb talked about Roy Campanella, that unfortunately he could not come to Los Angeles and be able to hit home runs over that short left field wall. Wally Moon used to go opposite field.
Wally Moon, and that's where we got the moon shot from.
That's right, because he would hit the high fly balls from the left side over the left field wall.
Well, if you think about a football stadium, and you try to figure out how the heck they squeezed it in there. Luke Roy with the base hit. So Jonathan Lucroy gets the A's third hit.
You know, Cap, one thing about the All-Star game on the West Coast, and there's Jonathan Lucroy with a base hit up the middle, and of course he's had some time, faced Wood a little bit. Not many guys have, most of the National Leaguers. Lucroy, a couple of hits off of him, but you saw the ball that was lost in the twilight, and it was approximately 7:30 local time. The game is going to start at 5:20 local time for the All-Star game because of East Coast prime time, 8:20. So that means as the game progresses, it's going to get harder and harder to see. And I think it was Oakland when it was there. An extra inning game. Anaheim, it was forever because nobody could see the ball at the beginning of the game.
And you also have to think about the shadows that are going to creep up, and what that's going to do for the matchups on the mound and at the dish.
That's right. Yeah, you combine the twilight, the shadows, and that's why they're usually extra innings. And if you could score first, as the A's did in Kansas City last year in Royals opener, it started at 3 o'clock.
That's right.
Terrell Cotton, as the game progressed, the hitters couldn't see. But KD hit a home run, and that was all the scoring, 2-0.
1-1 the count to Trace Thompson. His first start with the A's. This one tapped toward third. Forsythe has it, fires to second for one. Utley the turn, safe. Chase Utley still pretty quick around the bag on the turn, the double play turn.
And that's a big hustle by Trace Thompson because it brings Daniel Ming to the plate. Utley, you're right, quick turn, but Trace Thompson getting a foot down as he's hustling to avoid the long strides, and it's almost like he knew he was going to beat it out anyway, but it does bring Ming to the plate. Of course, he swung the bat quite well in Philadelphia last year.
Yeah, he had a hit and a walk and a run score. So that was because he pitched terrific, but he also was on base a couple of times.
And not a shabby display during BP yesterday. He made sure that I was around to watch the laser show, as he dubbed it.
1-1 the count. Outfield very shallow as expected and shifted toward right center. Waxed up today. It's a good swing right there by Mingay.
Nothing can give you that vote of confidence going back out on the mound and knowing you're able to line one, lace one into a hole somewhere against the opposing pitcher.
Taps it back toward Wood. Wood flips low, and Bellinger, I don't know if he had to dig it out, but not a great throw by Wood, but they get Migden anyway. So a hit and runner left. Bottom of the second coming up.
Throughout the 2018 season, the Dodgers
Hybrid, America's first hybrid minivan. Test drive one today.
Sunset here in Los Angeles with the A's leading the Dodgers by a score of 2-1. Tommy Lasorda in the house. As always, he's got his spot. He sits right next to the Dodgers dugout. A little coffee to keep him awake late. Tommy's been known to doze off
It's a 7:45.
Just a little bit. Like he'll catch a
Is his bedtime already?
quick cat nap.
Down in the owner's box. They've got the netting extended a little bit, so when he does nod off, then he doesn't have to worry about a left-hander hitting a foul ball over there.
Tommy can kind of do whatever he wants around here.
That's right. Dodger blue. Bleeds Dodger blue. He's the man.
First pitch to Yasmani Grandal is a bit high. Grandal, Utley, and Forsythe here in the bottom of the second inning. Dodgers come in with a 4-6 record. Dodgers will be off tomorrow. They will stay home, though. They will get ready to host a hot Arizona Diamondbacks team. So that should be a good weekend series. Diamondbacks and the Dodgers right here. Arizona won today.
The Diamondbacks did win today in San Francisco. They're probably here already. Probably out here scouting the Dodgers.
9-3. So good start for Arizona.
And that pitching staff that starting staff is doing very, very well. Zach Godley, unbelievable right now. Patrick Corbin as well for Arizona.
Yeah, the Ray guy is very good too, and we didn't even mention Zach Greinke. So Diamondbacks are a very, very good team.
And they'll He'll be at the Coliseum this year, interleague play. But let's go to Colorado. But Colorado, San Diego, San Francisco of the three, and the others come to the Bay Area.
That one's hit hard, but right to Canna. Canna will take it himself. Dodgers last year in that terrific season they had, where they were 104-58, best record in the major leagues. They were 57-24 here at Dodger Stadium. So a very tough place to come in and play. Their home win totals the last 3 years: 57, 53, and 55. So you win over 50 games at home. That's a lot.
That is a lot. That makes a lot about the 40,000 people happy all the time.
That's a good call. Last night, what was it, 41,000 last night? But boy, it's significantly
packed in.
Better attended tonight. Upper deck all the way down to the end. A few empty seats, but not a lot.
Well, guys, one thing I want you to pay attention to here during this at bat with Chase Utley. Daniel Mingden, we know about the hesitation, the multiple looks and deliveries. If you watch Chase Utley, his bat waggle here, he's got him timed up. He is not waiting. He's not getting ready on that initial step back from Mingden. He's got him timed up, waiting for that second one. You see here, like to see Mingden potentially switch this up to disrupt timing.
And you know, unfortunately, this is the third start for him this season. I can't really remember when he's done a quick pitch or one windup. It's always been the double pump. We were asking Bruce Maxwell last year, and he says, well, it's up to him if he wants to do it. It's not something that you call. The waggle, and there's one pump. And so if he goes a quick pump, especially with 2 strikes, goes with 1, he may get him looking.
When as a pitcher, this is something, as a younger pitcher, obviously your focus is on executing a pitch, throwing a strike, delivering a quality pitch. After that, working off your miss. But from here, you have to start to develop the ability to read swings, pay attention to little things like this, mannerisms, idiosyncrasies. This is a tell from Utley.
Full shift on for Utley, and he hits one high and foul, headed for the upper deck.
And in the era of mound visits, this might be an opportunity where Luke Foy normally would be able to go out and say, hey, if we're watching Chase here, he's kind of timing us up, maybe speed it up, slow it down, let's do something, but it doesn't happen anymore.
I had somebody from the Dodgers say, well, that's really helped the pace of the game with the limited number of visits to the mound.
Strike 3 call right on the outside corner.
Yeah, because typically the National League, you got a pitcher hitting, which means your 8th and 9th hitters are there. But here's your backdoor slider. Really took something off the pitch and froze Chase Utley. Really didn't break that much coming back door. Kind of stayed there, but got the call anyway.
So 2 outs. Here's Logan Forsythe, hitting 167, a homer and 3 RBIs. He had an RBI double last night. Dodgers had 4 runs and 11 hits last night. A couple of doubles and the 3 home runs. They were 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position, but if you hit 3 home runs,
yeah, that's right,
that kind of eliminates any struggles you may have with runners in scoring position.
We talk about the pace of the game in the National League parks, and again, all right, there's your base hit. That means the pitcher's going to hit. I'm just going to say, for the 8th place hitter, he's trying to do exactly what he did. Forsythe wants to have the pitcher come up in this inning to lead off with Taylor next inning if Wood makes it out.
We see here Forsythe kind of falling into the same pattern as Utley, timing him up. Does a good job of getting the foot down. Mingden trying to execute that heater down and away. And this is just a matter of Forsythe doing a good job of taking a good piece of hitting up there.
It's a little bit of an art to being an 8th place hitter in the National
Absolutely.
League.
Oh, yeah.
So many different situations. Almost every at bat is different.
Maybe you want to expand your strike zone a little bit.
If the runner in scoring position.
0-1 the count to the pitcher, Alex Wood.
Watching the Dodgers take batting practice. The pitchers are out early. Bob Guerin, the bench coach, was throwing to them as they were all bunting, and then they get a chance to swing, but they practice their bunting every game. Former manager of the Athletics, Bob Guerin, lost a whole bunch of weight.
That one bounced to the right side. Lowry has to range quite a ways to his left, but he takes care of it. Side retired. Hit and runner left, and we're moving to the third from Los Angeles. 2-1 A's. Out of the 1974 World Series, it was Game 5. Raleigh grabs it, flips it. My partner gets his neck crushed again, but he's okay. As John Cougar Mellencamp said, hurt so good, Ray. Hurt so good, buddy. So that was in Oakland. So you guys come to Dodger Stadium for games 1 and 2, and you split, and then you go home and you take 3 straight, and you said, forget it, we're not going back to Los Angeles. What are your memories from coming here for games 1 and 2 of that series?
Game 1, Kenny Holtzman pitching 4 1/3. Raleigh Fingers pitched 4 1/3. Alvin Dart goes out to the mound, and he motions for a guy coming out of the bullpen. It's Catfish Hunter. I didn't even know he's out there. He had gone in. Actually, when we walk in, we see that kind of tunnel, and it says visiting bullpen. The bullpens were different because they were in left field where the bleachers are now. But Catfish somehow walked underneath, went to the bullpen, started throwing, and I'm looking out there saying, oh, that's Catfish. What's he doing there? And he comes in the game, and he gets a strikeout for the final out.
So that's the game that instead of Catfish getting the win, Raleigh getting the save, Raleigh got the win and Catfish got the save,
exactly.
right?
Yeah. And Holtzman was upset because he goes 4 1/3, comes out leading. But that's the difference of a closer going 4 1/3 in today's world. And actually, the one thing I do remember, we only had 9 pitchers on the roster, used only 5 in a 5-game series.
Unbelievable.
That's
so
the
4
most amazing
starters
thing.
in Raleigh Fingers.
That's it. Yeah.
Go get them.
See the bullpen, but it's different now than it was back in '74, obviously. But because I looked out in the bullpen and there was Catfish, and came in and struck out Joe Ferguson, and that was it. Game over.
So the third of the 3 straight World Series championships, and that one was against the Dodgers.
Well, this is the 60th anniversary of the Dodgers in Los Angeles, and they show kind of a montage at the beginning of the game, and I saw one which reminisced of that game in which there was a fly ball that was hit to center field. Jimmy Wynn was playing center. Sal Bando was at third, and Jimmy Wynn didn't have that great of a throwing arm. We're figuring, okay, they're going to score a run. Joe Ferguson cut in front of it and threw a bullet to Steve Yeager at the plate. Huge collision. And Sal ran him over, but Yeager held on.
So that must have been game 2 then, right?
Yeah,
Because I think that was the game the Dodgers. Oh, that was game 1.
Was it game? Okay, it was game 1. Yeah.
So that was was a big play in
it
the
was
in
huge,
that game.
yeah. Because we thought we got to run. I think Reggie hit the fly ball.
So this is the play. It really was a kind of a famous
See how
play
he
from
cut
that
in front,
scene.
yeah. And he threw a bullet. Watch the collision at the plate.
Oh man.
And Steve Yeager, see, Jimmy Wynn was ready to catch it, and Ferguson, catcher who could play the outfield as well, obviously. And there's a perfect strike to Yeager, and there's your collision at the plate. Look at the home plate umpire right there.
Did he give him a lane, Foss?
There was no lane required back then.
No lane. No.
No lane required.
Strike 3 called. Simeon can't believe it. He thought it was inside. But our favorite moment from the 1974 World Series happened in Game 5. Dallas Braden, we know we've seen it, but when you hang a curveball to my partner, you know what happens? It gets deposited in the left field seats at the Coliseum.
That's right. You hang a curveball to Ray Fosse. Next stop is Pound Town, baby.
Oh, we love that. Hey, you know what? You had a home run in the World Series.
That's right.
That's awesome.
That's right.
Hanging curveball.
Also hit a 3-run home run off Grant Jackson in the league championship series at the Coliseum. So it was a good one.
That's a good one.
Considering I spent about 3 months on the disabled list with a shattered 6-7 vertebrae. No big deal.
We don't need to know that. We know what we just saw, right, Dallas?
That's right.
I know what I just saw.
Did you see the hair?
Oof, doesn't look any different.
Yeah, right. Just a tad bit longer.
And this one coming back toward us, but that was Game 5. So you guys sitting on a 3-1 lead, and that home run was earlier in the game, right?
And also later it was Billy Buckner, you know, infamous in '86, but he is also the one that hit the ball to right center. That Reggie backed up Billy North, threw it into Dick Green. Dick Green to Sal Bandos. He tried to go for 3 and he was out. And you know, one of the most unbelievable plays, but that's what Dick Williams really said, defense and pitching, and those games were all low scoring.
And at that point, again, I'm trying to remember this. At that point in the game, Billy Buckner was the tying run, correct?
He was the tying run,
trying to get to third.
Right, with nobody out.
He gone.
But you know, as I said briefly last night when I asked Reggie most memorable moment in Oakland A's history, he talked about that play, a defensive play for one of the most recognized offensive players in the history of the game, in Mr. October. Yet he talked about when I picked up the ball, I threw to where I knew Dick Green was, and Dick Green turned and threw to where he knew Sal Bando was, and that was it. It bang, 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 and there was a big out to lead off the inning. And then Von Joshua with a little soft tapper back to Raleigh. And by the way, I give Raleigh Fingers a lot of credit. He got the photograph of that picture, final out of Game 5 of the World Series, and he had all of us sign the picture.
Great.
And then gave each one of us the picture. And the guys on the mound, and so it was very nice of Raleigh to do that. Do you know what also here had Herb Washington, Hurricane Herbie?
Was he just there in '74?
He was there 2 years.
He was there in '73 as well.
I want to say 74-5 or 73-4. But anyway, he got picked off by Mike Marshall in the first game of the World Series. Mike Marshall picked him off. The second game, he had a little league lead. He kept his foot on the bag. We said, Herbie, get a lead. And, you know, but Marshall, you know, it was also Mike Marshall in Game 5 when there was a smoke bomb thrown down the left field line before Joe Rudy came up. And it took maybe 5-6 minutes for the smoke to dissipate. Marshall did not throw one pitch. He did the kinesiology, which he was kind of a professor at Minnesota, and he just kept moving his arm. First pitch to Joe Rudy, home run down the left field line.
Peterson gets back, and he's got plenty of room. Makes the catch. It's always fun looking back on a great era in Oakland A's history, and the fact that Ray was a big part of that. 75 came. You guys had a good year in '75, but
well, we lost Catfish. That was the Catfish Hunter being the free agent, really, and that's when he signed with the Yankees and lost 3 in a row to the Orioles to start in '71, and in '75 lost 3 in a row to the Red Sox.
Pretty good Red Sox team.
Yes, yeah. Played the Big Red Machine.
Lowry swings and misses. When you look at the era of the 70s, and Reds won a couple. The Pirates won a couple.
Yes, it is.
Yankees won a couple, but nobody won 3, let alone 3 in a row.
Well,
there were some great teams in the 70s.
Only the Yankees and the A's have ever won 3 in a row. And Yankees, of course, the 5 in a row. They won 3 in a row. And had it not been for the Diamondbacks in 2001, with that miraculous come from behind victory in Game 7, they would have won 4 in a row.
Yep. The Dodgers came close, but they lost 2 years in a row to the Yankees, right?
Yeah.
77 and 78.
And I remember when
77 and 78.
When Ron Say was hitting against Goose Gossage with no ear flap. This was prior to the ear flap becoming mandatory. He got hit in the left temple and played the next day. Fortunately, it hit enough of the helmet, but just the impact of Goose throwing a 95-mile-an-hour fastball at your head, unintentionally, but it hit it.
Low throw. What a play by Bellinger. Oh, he scooped it clean. So 3 up, 3 down inning. Always fun to watch. The celebration. Heads up.
Here comes Captain Sal.
Ow. Not seeing Vinny here at the ballpark.
You know, they're talking about the highlights of the 60 years, and it's narrated by Vin.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
how could it not be?
I know, but it's great. See Koufax and Drysdale and so many great Dodgers over the course of the 60 years.
0-1 the count to Taylor. Top of the order, Taylor, Peterson, and Seager. The Dodgers World Series history, they have won 6 titles. One of those coming in Brooklyn, and then 5 here in Los Angeles. And there they are.
The last one in '88, though, that was against the A's.
Hard to believe that Dodgers have gone 29 years without winning a World Series.
And everybody thought last year might be the year.
Yeah. How could you not?
Yeah.
So 59, 63, 65, 81, and 88 are the years the Dodgers won it here in Los Angeles. It was 1955 in Brooklyn. I guess they say finally they won one, right?
Yeah.
It took a while.
Well,
Close pitch.
The Bobby Thompson home run was against the Dodgers.
Yeah.
A shot heard around the world.
That's right.
Dodgers have been to the World Series 19 times, so they have won 6 and they have lost the World Series 13 times. So they've been there.
Like the Minnesota Vikings.
Well, the Yankees got them a bunch in the 50s. They just could not beat the Yankees, and then they finally did in 55. Nobody could beat the Yankees back then.
But, you know, it's very difficult in today's world because if you're a wild card, you have a game to play. Essentially, if you're a wild card winner, you have to play 20 games and win 12. Otherwise, 19 and 11. But I know when I was fortunate to play in the 70s with the A's, the division or the league championship, not the division, the league championship was 5 games. And you had to win the best of 5 just to get the World Series. And there's your pressure. And for Dave Roberts, that stolen base in 2004 as a member of the Boston Red Sox. They didn't lose after that.
Simeon out. And Marcus grabs it.
That's a great play, a great pitch by Daniel Mingda, because the slow curve, if you can see just watching Taylor get the front foot down and just kind of an emergency swing, he sees the pitch and, oh, I got to swing, because he knew it was going to be a strike, and all he could do is do what he did right there, just pop the ball up to shortstop. If he takes it, it's strike 3, but that is a great pitch, 3-2. Got him similar to pitch off speed in his first at bat, which was in the first inning.
So 1 out for Jock Peterson.
Again, from a catcher standpoint, to be able to call a 3-2 curveball and have it thrown as well as Daniel Mingda did it, threw a first strike, but still got the out with the pocket.
Looks like a changeup, catches the outside corner.
And I think that's a sign of the confidence that Mingden is starting to develop as he starts to work his way through this game, work his way through this early part of the season. You're making adjustments, you start to get results, start to log those to memory.
And to the point about the ball off his foot, he could have very easily come out of the game. His last start, stayed in the game and made an error throwing the ball to first base on a bunt. But other than that, it was just 1 inning. But to be able to stay in as long as he did, considering the way he got hit on his right foot, and he didn't miss a beat in his next start, which he's making tonight. That's what a manager likes to see, what Daniel Mingda did.
One and 2 the count now to Peterson, who hit that fly ball that dropped between Thompson and Piscotty. Piscotty did not see it, and it cost the A's a run as Peterson would later score. Peterson swings and misses. Lucroy will fire it to first. So that is strikeout number 3 for Migden.
See Luke calling basically 2, which is a curveball, 1 sign. And you know, you have to be concerned about, is somebody in the center field getting the signs, but obviously with that kind of a swing from Jock Peterson, he didn't know what was coming and swung at a pitch that ultimately ended up in the dirt. But a great rotation on the curveball from Daniel Mingda. And that's kind of the go-to pitch, it seems, for Jonathan Lucroy to call that pitch to get some results.
Well, what you like out of that, Foss, is he's able to go with it for a strike late in the count, and he's comfortable bouncing that, expanding the zone late in the count as well. So it serves a purpose twofold as far as confidence is concerned. I can throw this now for a strike when I need to, and I can also expand when I need to.
Yeah, 3-2 for a strike, 1-2. Try to get a chase. He got it both times.
A little bit low. Migden doing a good job of mixing it up tonight. Seager had the ground out to second in the first inning, and that drove home Peterson, who got to third on a wild pitch. Dodgers, first 10 games of this year, a total of 33 runs scored. So they have been struggling offensively. They did get the 3 home runs last night. And there's a base hit. Corey Seager with a 2-out single. You know, we saw it with the A's, Ray, where scored a bunch of runs on Friday night and Saturday night, and you really want to think like, hey, that's it, they're rolling, but you almost need a almost need a good week to 10 days of just good at bats. It doesn't mean you're going to score 9-10 runs every game. What you don't want to do is you don't want to have the game where you score 6, 7, 8, and then you score 1 the next 2 games, which is kind of what we've seen from the A's this year. It's been that way a little bit with the Dodgers as well.
Well, they scored a bunch of runs on Friday. No good pitching. Saturday, not as many, but got great pitching from Andrew Triggs in the bullpen. Sunday, got nothing. Last night, perfect on Sunday from Otani. Last night from Ryu. And trying to at least even the series tonight and maybe do something back in the American League West over the weekend in Seattle.
Matt Kemp singled in the first. Kemp last night a home run and a double, so he is 3 for 5 in the series. And for a guy who most people thought he was just going to pass him through the Dodgers and they were going to try to give him off to somebody else, he looks pretty good.
He looks great, and give him a lot of credit, because sometimes money and excess weight, you don't get a lot of good results, but he got the good contract, gained the weight, but then lost the weight.
We talked about him being healthy, having the ability to recuperate, get those legs underneath him, and to that point, being able to throw that backside through. Point on that backside, does inside out of that fastball, down and in, oppo to rights in.
Swing and a miss. There's that Migden slow curve, 73 miles an hour, thing of beauty.
The one thing about all hitters, they love the fastball. This is not surprising to see this swing on an off-speed pitch. And I was told after last night's game, if you don't throw Matt Kemp breaking pitches, if you throw him nothing but fastballs, he's going to kill you. You throw him breaking pitches like that one and just keep trying to get him chase away, it's not going to do that much damage. And you make a mistake in, as a hanger, most guys will hit it.
Fastball is high, so 2-2 the count. All right, well, we'll see if they listen to you, Ray, because you showed him a fastball out of the strike zone. See if Migden goes back to that good breaking ball.
He's using multiple signs now. Yeah, he shook off the curveball, the fastball away, the fastball in. 3 is a slider. Here comes the slider.
And that one rolled up the middle. Lowry backhands, flips to first, and they get Kemp side retired. So we are headed to the 4th from Dodger Stadium. It's 2-1, the A's lead.
Get A's home screen icons and features such as MLB TV Game of the Day, pitch tracking, in-game highlights, live radio broadcast stats, news, and more. Download MLB At Bat today.
2-1, the A's lead. Their 2 runs, a home run by Chris Davis in the first inning, and Davis leads things off here in the 4th against Alex Wood. Wood was an all-star last year. He was terrific. So this would be a good one for the A's to get against a good left-hander.
Both pitchers close to the 50 mark. That was number 54, Alex Wood. And for Daniel Mingden, he's close himself.
Alex Wood last year started the season 11-0. 11-0.
That's coming out hot. That is coming out hot. I believe the 19th pitcher since 1913 to start 11-0 or better.
There's your fastball outside, and Chris Davis to right field, a line drive. He's running hard, thinking that maybe it's not going to be enough to get out, but it just kept carrying. And that's the thing about KD. When he hits them, you think, well, it's going to start sinking. It almost takes off from there, and to the point that he's able.
And he hooks that one to left, drops a fair ball, and bounces off that short wall, and Davis has a leadoff double.
So fastball away for a home run, slider down and in for a double down the left field line. That's a good swing. He opens up anyway, and we saw, of course, when he opened up and hit the home run to the opposite field, was the fastball. This is a slider, so opening up, as he just saw that front foot, it really helps him clear himself so he can get the slider that was left up by Alex Wood.
So the A's have a runner in scoring position, nobody out. Chapman, Piscotty, Lucroy will try to get Davis in.
We talked about at the top of the broadcast, this is where the A's really need to start to pick things up here. 215 with runners in scoring position this season. 146 with runners in scoring position over the last 7 days. So a big at bat, not only for the rest of the lineup, but obviously Chappie.
Yeah, how about right here, just some quality at bats. And if you do that, you're probably going to get him in.
You know, and it might be early enough in this 4th inning that the infield might play back. And so you get a runner to third. There's a certain point that a manager decides, and depending on the type of pitcher, and tonight 3 ground ball outs to the first 3 for Alex Wood. But if he's a ground ball pitcher, might play the infield in, take a chance. That'll get him in.
Up the middle, that's a base hit. Chris Davis is going to round third, and Chris Davis will score without a throw, and the A's get a big hit from Chapman and lead it 3-1. Didn't try to do too much.
Well, we talked about it cutting down the swing. We talked about Matt Chapman really starting to hit his stride early in the season, seeing the ball, taking it right back up through the box. Middle oppo is the approach here, and he tries to backdoor that cutter, does Woody. Not so much, not while Chapstick is on patrol. Just a great at-bat, soft front side. How important it is to make sure we deliver runners in scoring position. These are the types of at-bats, and these are the types of hits that allow hitting to become contagious.
So Chapman gets his 9th RBI, and here's Piscotty. First pitch strike. Piscotty struck out in the 2nd.
Always nice, too, for Chris Davis as he stood at second base with the ground ball, knew the ball was past the pitcher, and at that point able to take off to third base. Ball in the air, line drive, fly ball, a little bit less reluctant to take off so quickly.
Alex Wood thought maybe that was a strike. He goes for a little walk. He's now with 5 hits off Wood. Wood, his first 2 starts, allowed a total of 7 hits in 14 innings.
7 hits, 14 innings, 0 walks, 10 strikeouts. Tells you he's around the zone.
Alex Wood came over in a trade from the Atlanta Braves. A whole bunch of players involved in that deal. That was right at the trade deadline in 2015.
So is Maeda the only right-hander in the rotation?
Yeah.
He's got 4.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
Kemp hustling over toward the line, and Kemp grabs it. And that's out number 1.
Some teams are happy to have one guy on the left hand in the rotation.
Yeah, and I don't know that it was necessarily designed that way. It's just, you know, obviously you start with Kershaw and you work your way back.
So numbers last year for Alex Wood, the 16 wins. There's Clayton Kershaw. Saw Rick Honeycutt last night after the game, pitching coach, and of course played for the A's, and great setup man, sometime closer for Dennis Eckersley. And I asked him about Clayton Kershaw, and he said, I said, what do you do with somebody like that? And he said, number one, convince him that he needs a third pitch, which the slider was the pitch that he convinced him to throw, because he's basically fastball curveball. And pretty good resume for number 32, the left-hander. But, you know, the one thing that he does so well is that he pitches, but he's got the bad back. And the one thing, because I said about Texas, and he said, if you're going to commit a lot to him, he may not even opt out. Because if he's had a bad back the last 2 years, would he opt out based on that if he's going to continue to have it? If you opt out, you want a longer contract. I don't know that Kershaw, he could have signed a longer term contract. He decided to take less.
Utley charges, he flips, and he threw it away. Not the correct decision by Utley, as he had a fairly easy out at first base, but he went for the lead out, and it became a very, very difficult flip.
Yeah, that's one. It looked like he almost tried to tag the runner going by him, missed him, and then decided to try to get the lead runner with a flip. And Chapman, first of all, is too quick. He avoided and then had too much pine tar on his fingers, because as he flipped the ball, instead of going to the bag, it went towards the outfield, and no chance.
I'm going to tell you what's tough about that play as well is the momentum from Utley, as you astutely pointed out, Foss, was probably mentally thinking about applying the tag, saw that Chappie was beyond him, but the momentum coming towards the infield and him using his right hand to try to backhand and shuttle that over there, almost impossible.
So it goes as a fielder's choice.
And a mental mistake.
So not an error.
Yeah, I want to correct myself. I said 32. It's 22, because there's only one 32 in Los Angeles, and it's retired. His name is Sandy Koufax, but Kershaw Warner's number 22. There's the number 32. Campanella to his right, number 39. But Kershaw should be interesting, because as much as he wants to play and the way he does play the game, he has had a back issue the last couple of years.
But if you're the Dodgers, you have to keep him.
You have to. And, you know,
you can't let him go.
And if you're Kershaw, you have to say, I have a chance to pitch for one team my whole career and go to the Hall of Fame.
Sure.
As a Dodger. And I don't know that he doesn't seem like the type of person that money's an issue.
No.
I mean, he makes
he
makes a lot, and he donates very. I mean, he's involved in a lot of charities, but
your point, we talked about this maybe a week ago. He is from Texas.
Yes, he is. Yes, yeah. But as one of the scouts said, he could fly anybody he wants to Los Angeles.
Sure, yeah.
You know, with the contract that he has. Yeah. And if there are a couple of position players who are going to make supposedly what Bryce Harper and Manny Machado might make in the open market next year, he, from the pitcher standpoint, should be the highest paid.
So Thompson strikes out. That's the second out.
Well, Woody finally got done messing around and fiddling around. Trey's doing a good job of battling here, but you can see Alex Wood, the rare late in the count fastball up, expanded, was able to get Trace to chase him out.
See, Grandal had ideas of trying to get a pickoff at second base also, and maybe that's because Mingden was coming up trying to get 2 for the price of 1. Mingden's going to get a base hit driving him up.
Right field.
He's going to shock the world.
Slicer down the right field
Or
line.
maybe pull one on the left center. They're hitting him. Tater way over in the right center. Very shallow in the outfield. Burn 'em, Ming. And you know he's trying. This is not a giveaway at bat for him. I like that indecision with the pitcher hitting.
Well, it seems like they're having some issues here. You see him going to the wristband. Grandal going to the wristband, trying to figure it out. They've motioned like, hey, next set of signs here.
That one a strike on the outside corner. 1-1 the count. Hayes with the run in. And Chapman's RBI hit. Chapman now at second. Lucroy at first.
See here, down and away. A pitcher's pitch.
Wood checks. Chapman not really being held at second. And that one was sliced foul. Second level.
And you know that's good for Matt Chapman at second because the outfield extremely shallow, and it's going to be the aggressiveness if a ball is hit in the outfield, the aggressiveness of third base coach Matt Williams, but also Matt Chapman getting a big lead off second base, so on contact he could take off. See how shallow they're playing in the outfield, and you know with 2 outs it's tough to get back-to-back 2-out hits. So if Mington is able to put a ball in the outfield, you'd have to figure that Chapman's going to get the green light to go.
Up the middle, and that's going to get through for a hit. Here comes Chapman. Here comes Taylor's throw offline to the backstop. Everybody moves up, and Daniel Migden comes through. It's 4-1.
And look at how happy the pitchers are. And there's no reason in the world for Taylor to throw the ball like he did. And let's go back to the play that Utley did not make for the out. And here's your base hit up the middle. Chapman, look at the lead. He gets off second. There's no way he's going to be thrown out the plate. And Taylor airmails one to home plate with no chance whatsoever. And Taylor charging, thinking he had a chance because he was playing shallow. But he also has to realize Matt Chapman has tremendous speed. He's getting such a big lead off second base. So all this does is advance 2 runners. And the pitchers, the starters, extremely happy as always. Look, there's what you talk about right there. There's a pitcher helping himself.
No question. And you know what? It's got Alex Wood spun right now.
Yeah.
I don't care how good he is. If you give up an RBI single to the pitcher with 2 outs.
And take the amount of time that he did to finally throw the pitch.
Clearly flustered. The miscommunication, the inability to get on the same page with Grandal earlier in that at bat. You could see they wanted to have a mound visit, thought better of it, figured they could get the pitcher out. Migden does a heck of a job of putting raw athleticism on display, boys.
Simeon slices it foul, so the count quickly 0-2 to Marcus.
Second strike, a good swing that he fouled the ball to the right side. I mean, showed that he's aggressive in his at bat. But the play that Utley, instead of taking sure out, and that would have been the second out, and really the strikeout of Thompson, who knows, that might have been the 3rd out. Don't know if that would have happened, but there you have a veteran at second base. Made an ill-advised throw to second to keep this inning alive.
See, but I think and I think Dallas made a good point. That may have been a time for
You're
the
right,
catcher to go out.
absolutely.
You know what? Then go out.
Thank you. I agree.
I mean,
you got
what,
6.
you keeping 6 in your pocket, right? I mean,
now he's going,
and it's too late now. If it's that important, it's the 4th inning. See, I just think, don't worry about how many you have.
I agree.
Just do it when you need to do it, and if you blow all 6 of them and it's the 7th inning, worry about it.
Then. Exactly.
Dallas, you see what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely. And guys down here, I don't know if the camera was able to pick it up, but Alex Wood stepped off the mound and quite literally lost it and was very vocal about needing his catcher to come out here. Come on, I can't.
But
and Grandal just ran out there. But yes, Type, to your point,
do it, right?
yes, absolutely. We got the game on the line. You talk about a save situation coming before the 9th inning. This is early in the ball game, still just the 4th inning, but outs are important nonetheless, whether it's the first one or the 27th.
When you think about the new rules, at second, at home plate on the plays,
And if you take a look here, Foss, not to cut you off, but this is where he's going to, you see, I can't, come on, help me out here. I can't, we got to talk about this.
Yeah, and that's great. And it's sad that the pitcher has to call the catcher out. The catcher should be automatically going out, but that's another rule. So you have two for the catcher that you can't do. You can't block the plate, and you can't go out because you have to be concerned of how many times you do go out.
But I guess my point is if you're Wood, Grandal, I don't think you can blame that on the new rule.
No, I agree.
You know what I mean?
I agree.
If you need to do it, then just go do it. If you got to meet with the guy in the first inning, just do it.
Right. No, I agree. You know, all this
very long inning.
All it's really doing is giving too much time for people to think about, should I do this, should I do that, instead of taking away from the game.
Line to left, fair ball headed for the corner. Two are going to score. Marcus Semien heads for second, and it is now 6-1 the A's lead. You're going to tell me that a pitcher getting a hit does not mess things up for the opposition?
And watch Marcus Semien pull his hands in on this pitch inside. Does a great job, as KD did, down the left field line. And pitching change. Now the manager goes to the mound to make a pitching change.
So the A's have scored 4 times when it's time for change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change tune-up and brake expert.
Minivan. Test drive one today.
So the A's leading 6-1. That is Alex Wood. He's not a happy man.
You have to believe that conversation there is about signs, is about communication, the ability to get on the same page.
An interesting conversation, I'm sure.
Ryder comes in, Matt Olson pinches.
So Olson hitting for Canna, JT Chargois.
This would be called a long man. Coming in to try to get some innings, and pitcher's spot is 5th coming up for the Dodgers. So we'll see how long he's going to be in there.
You said it, Foss. Long man, long on velocity, 95 to 98. Nice tidy little slider, 86 to 89. We'll drop the changeup in on the lefties here, so something to pay attention to as he squares off against Ole.
Want to know the count to Olson. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, thinking about this game, and it's still very early, just the 4th inning. Big 2-out hit by Marcus Simeon and a very frustrated Alex Wood. But you think about the ball lost in the twilight by the A's, cost a run. But in this inning, a misplay by veteran second baseman has cost 3.
Yep. And it should have been the third. Well, it should have been the second out.
And Trace Thompson, if he strikes out. Otherwise, even if Thompson gets on, you have Mingden. Who knows what could have happened at that point.
That's right.
But it could have still been 3-1. But that's what you have to do. I mean, here's a veteran. He knows he made a mistake. But the bottom line, you have to capitalize on those mistakes and take advantage when you're given the opportunities to score runs. The A's have done that so far in this game, and so far that's the difference in this game.
And that's going to be a base hit to left center field. Simeon will score easily. So Matt Olson comes through with a 2-out hit. That is 3 consecutive 2-out hits. And it's 7-1 the A's lead.
Well, I tell you what, St. Peter's going to be busy because 2-out knocks get you to heaven, boys. And this is just another one to add to the long line. Matt Olson does a good job of taking that backdoor slide ball right back where it came from. Things just mixing up over there, trying to locate. We know how big and strong Ole is. A little bit out front, able to flip those hands. Well job. Well done.
And Kraft, to your point about Chris Davis last night, maybe that hit right there for Matt Olson. Doesn't try to pull the outside pitch, goes with it nicely. Take the base hit, take what would give him to you, and drive in a run.
That one is belted. Right center. Taylor on the move. Taylor's going to get there. Step onto the warning track, and he makes the catch.
Heavy air.
Big inning for the A's. They score 5 times. Big hit for Migden. 7-1 A's. California.com and vote. The winner receives $20,000 for his or her school. Outside of Dodger Stadium, it is quite a structure. Really built into the side of a hill. Chavez Ravine. Jackie Robinson's number, of course. Walter Alston, longtime manager.
22 one-year contracts.
Yeah, he wasn't too worried about it, I don't think.
Now the A's had a 6-run lead Friday night. They have a 6-run lead tonight. They need to hang on to this one and try to make it a very good game. But I was thinking, Cap, with the pitching change that the Dodgers made after Daniel Mingden ran the bases, as Matt Olson stays in the game at first, it gave Daniel Mingden a chance to regroup a little bit before he sprinted back out to the mound.
Chapman near the bag at third, straddles the bag and then makes the catch. So that is out number one.
San Diego hit a triple.
Yep, I remember that. I want to say he hit it down the left field line, batting left-handed.
Well, all I know is he got to third and needed oxygen.
Oh, those wacky left-handed pitchers, I tell you.
You know, I noticed Wood when he did hit the one time he grounded out the second. He got 45 feet down the line, stopped, turned around, and head back to dugout.
Yep.
You know, the one thing pitchers have to learn to do is not expend any energy running out ground balls if they know it's going to be an out. And I say if they know it. I mean, ground ball typically to an infielder, it's going to be caught. And if it's not, you know, you make it to first, that's fine.
Dallas, how many times did you hit in your big league career?
I believe I only had, I think, like 7 ABs,
Okay.
7 ABs, something like that. Not a huge body of work. I believe my first at bat actually was here in Dodger Stadium.
Were you okay with it, or were you kind of like, oh boy, what am I doing here?
Well, let's be real. The first AB I had.
Speaking of ABs, this one is launched. It's headed for the bullpen, and that's gone. That's Yasmani Grandal with a home run. Towering drive into the A's bullpen.
Well, we'll take a look at where this ball was headed. We know where it ended up. This thing just leaks back over the inner third of the plate. They were trying to go in and tie Grandal up. And Mington, like many of these guys in the Oakland rotation, good arm side run to the fastball, just wasn't able to keep it tucked in there against the lefty.
So that's the first home run Mington has allowed this year.
That's right.
He's got to settle back in as he faces Utley. So that is the second home run of the year for Grandal. Quite a career for Chase Utley. It's jammed there. Sounded like a bat crack. Simeon's out. And then Thompson comes hustling in. Trace Thompson at the last minute calls him out. So that is out number 2 here in the bottom of the 4th inning.
Friends in the White Sox organization continue friendships. And now teammates Trace Thompson and Marcus Semien. Marcus has Trace joined the ball club in Anaheim, and all the writers, people wanted to talk to Marcus about Trace Thompson, about their friendship and the White Sox organization before Marcus was traded to the Athletics.
First pitch to Logan Force, that is a strike. So Dallas, we've checked 6 plate appearances, 0 for 4.
Yeah. You know, I was about the fundamentals, guys.
Couple sack bunts, so you did your job.
That's right.
Trying to get you on the freeway.
Hey, but the most important thing, he didn't hurt himself.
There you go. Yeah, the first AB. Oh, who's out there? Oh, that's Clayton Kershaw.
Yeah.
We're going to need you to sack bunt. Go ahead and get it done.
You got it down. We have it right in front of me. First at bat, Dodger Stadium, Kershaw sack bunt. Atta babe.
Boom.
Well, the one thing I like is we'll continue with a nice 3-pitch strikeout.
I want to know the one thing Ray Fosse likes. I can't wait.
There's only one.
Just one thing he likes.
The weekend following that, the Green Fridays, the ballpark. It will continue April 20th. The red-hot Red Sox come to the Coliseum for the beginning of a 3-game series. First 20,000 fans get a Matt Chapman replica Kelly green jersey. 3 games against Red Sox starting on Friday, April the 20th. Grab your phone, pop in athletics.com/tickets to grab yours today. Matt Chapman wearing the gray tonight. And everybody will have that a week from Friday.
So Matt Chapman will hit second, as he'll do it against a new pitcher. It's time for Change Thing. Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. It's Pedro Baez who comes in. Baez has been a pretty good reliever for the Dodgers in the last couple years. Last year, 66 appearances, a 2.95 ERA. He does have a bit of a problem, though, Ray.
What's that?
He's on the list of slowest pitchers in baseball. Pedro Baez.
Oh, that's not good.
Now,
Human rain delay.
we'll see if he has improved. If he's listened to Commissioner Rob Manfred.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. The last inning for the Dodgers, 4 batters hit, which means that the pitcher spot is due up leading the 5th, right? And Baez comes in, so he would lead off the 5th. Because
He would lead off the 5th.
There's not a double switch. I didn't see a double switch. So, is he a good hitter?
Well, they must be just planning on using him for one inning.
Yeah, and then going to the pinch hitter. Exactly. That's all it could be. But the one thing that I was going to say prior to that strikeout,
The one thing that you
one
like.
thing I like is the fact that in the National League parks, when pitchers in the American League hit, one thing they say, I did not know it was as hard to hit as I just realized. I mean, you think about when a pitcher goes to the plate and he sees a fastball anywhere from 90 to 95, he's going, wow.
Sure.
That's not that easy to hit. No kidding. Hitting, to me, is the hardest thing ever to do in the game of baseball.
No.
So a pitcher who does not get to hit, and he goes to plate, in the case of Dallas Braden facing Blake Gershaw, saying, oh,
Yeah.
this is pretty good.
Chris Davis, single, double, homer tonight. He's got 5 hits in the series.
Chapman.
When we talked about the offense and struggling, and Ray, you mentioned the point last night, as Chris Davis starts to go, I think we will see the rest of this lineup start to go, hitting becoming contagious. We talked about that, and I think we're starting to see the early effects of guys taking good approaches and continuing to sort of pass that baton of good ABs down the line.
One of the greatest things about being a position player, an everyday player, no matter what you do, you're going to get your at-bats. And the only way to get out of any sort of a funk is to get at-bats and to be able to go to the plate consistently and figure it out. Paul Goldschmidt today entered the game hitting 100.
He is awesome, isn't
Yeah, 100. So it's a 2-run home run, has an RBI double. He's getting hits all over the place. He gets to go to the bat every time, every day. He's going to be in
He's
the
not worried about it.
No. And that's what's great about hitters. I mean, Chris Davis is going to play every day. Chris Davis may look horrible, then all of a sudden he gets hot, puts big games together, and he's going to end up hitting 40+ again. Just a matter of time.
So 1-1 the count to Chapman, who has a strikeout and an RBI single and also a run scored. That all happened in the 4th inning. Thought that clipped a jersey.
Sounded like it, didn't it? Al Pedrique, the first base coach for the Athletics, new to the ball club. So on the path, base coaching path, there is Al Pedrique. Yankee organization for a lot of years. Of course, we talked about Matt Williams in the 3rd.
.94 miles an hour from Baez, so now 2-2. Piscotty waits in the on-deck circle. The A's scored 5 times in the 4th inning.
And to your point, 3 consecutive hits with 2 outs, driving in 4 of those runs. Chapman's base hit up the middle, and after the leadoff double by Chris Davis, the other run.
And the A's jumped out ahead in this game 2-0. Maybe that helped their confidence a little bit with the Davis home run. Good look at the crowd tonight. A few empty seats, but not a lot. Foul. Well, this place holds 56,000, which it's got to be the biggest stadium in baseball, right?
I mean, yes. The A's might have more than that
the
next Tuesday.
The Coliseum with Mount Davis open and every seat available, you could probably get pretty close to 56, but I don't. There's not a stadium this big. Rolled foul past Matt Williams. So the count remains 3-2. Now it's not Cleveland's Municipal Stadium, which held 76,000
for football. It never got that for baseball, except when the Yankees and the Indians played doubleheaders back in the 50s, maybe late 40s.
This one hit in the air left side as Forsythe drifts into foul territory. So that is the first down.
Well, this is a lot of fun coming up next Tuesday. Our gift to the city is right around the corner. Parking lots. Now listen, parking lots will open at 12 o'clock noon. Parking is free. Free. Arrive early. Gates open for season ticket members at 3:30 p.m. All fans at 4:30 p.m. All seats are general admission. First come, first served. Season ticket members will have an exclusive general admission seating area exclusively for them. All tickets have been distributed. Additional tickets are not available online or at the box office on game day. Go to athletics.com/50 for more details. But all that information is important. Gates are opening, or the parking lot at 12. So it's like, hey, come out and have a good time. But the 3:30 and 4:30 are very important times. Because, and it's nice also that if you're a season ticket holder, there is an exclusive area. So if you have a seat in there, you can leave and go back. You will have another seat. But if you're in general admission, you leave your seat, somebody can move and take it, and you're going to have to find another one.
Yeah, and for the fans at home, I'm going to offer you a little pro tip here. Anytime the ball players know or see that there's going to be a full house, 25, 35, 45,000 plus, the energy in them is there.
Yeah.
Show up early. You're going to get an autograph. You might get a ball.
That's right.
You're going to leave with lifelong memories, no doubt about it.
And the fact that you can go on a Tuesday in the parking lot with free parking, the parking lot will open at noon for a 7:05 game.
That's right.
And that's going to be a fun time even before the game begins.
That one into left field. Maybe tipped off the glove of Forsythe. So Piscotty's got to hit. Davis to second.
You know what also, Cap, if you look at the season ticket members at 3:30, all fans at 4:30, as this ball with a top spin. Piscotty getting the base hit with a dive by the third baseman into the outfield, but that's the top spin. Good to see Piscotty with a big base hit. You know, but to Dallas's point, if the gates open that early, that means for batting practice, there could be 50,000 people in the house.
That's right.
For batting practice. Because the A's typically are stretching, what, at 4:10?
Yep.
And then finish BP at 5:15, 5:20. And you better get there early to get a seat anyway, to get in the ballpark. But you have a chance. I mean, how great is it going to be to see that many people for batting practice? I mean, that's going to be tremendous. So a big night, the gift to the city as a 50th anniversary of your Oakland A's at the Coliseum.
I think the two very important things to remember: get there early, and don't be afraid to take public transportation.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's free parking.
It's going to help your situation. Yeah, it's free parking, but
yes,
we're talking. There may be 55, 56,000 people there, maybe more. I mean, it's just, you know, think about public transportation. It may be the route you want to take.
And, you know, I think also, okay, and that's another
hit. Davis had to make sure it went through, so he'll hustle to third. And now the A's have the bases loaded. They got 11 hits in this game.
Center fielder Trace Thompson.
And a smart move by Chris Davis at second base, because the last thing you want to do, the line drive was in front of him. You don't want to be doubled off. And so you make sure the ball goes through. You're not going to score anyway. If you take off, yes, but you could also be doubled off if the line drive is caught with only one out.
So here's Trace Thompson. He will step up with the bases loaded. But if you have any questions about what's going to happen on Tuesday at the 50th anniversary game, go to athletics.com/50, and a good chunk of your questions will be answered. So.
And you know, again, we go back to the opener, the first day game at the Coliseum on the 29th of March, the first day game. And we talked about trying to figure out a way to get out of work, get out of school. That's a perfect day to say, we're going to party. We're going to have a good time on a free day, a gift to the city. And it's a great way to be able to go to the ballpark. If you've never been, you have one of those tickets, you get a chance to see something that you've never seen before. I guarantee you, you go to the game, you're going to find a way to go back again.
Broken bat, little pop-up, and Utley makes the catch.
Boss, you make a great point about fan experience on a day like that, seeing something you'll never see or you haven't ever seen. You very well may see something you'll never see again. 50,000 people for batting practice.
Exactly.
The memories that will be made during that, some good, maybe some not so great, but it's going to be a tremendous time.
Yeah. But I just thinking, if the general admission or general public can enter at 4:30, and with batting practice taking place, I mean, they're just starting batting practice, the home team, and then you get to see the White Sox. So, I mean, it might be the loudest ever batting practice event in the history of baseball.
Good swing by Migden. He bats now with the bases loaded and 2 outs.
Now this is a huge hit up the middle, and that was the beginning of 3 consecutive 2-out hits. And the overthrow with Chapman scoring. Migden goes to second. They did advance on the error by Taylor. But that is a serious look on a pitcher who's trying to help himself.
Good swing again. Chased a high heater, 0-2.
It's a good pass there at 95. Eat your heart out, Ohtani.
Yeah.
0-2 pitch, spins him back out of the way. Well, Ray, you said there'd be a little more wax on the mole mustache tonight. That was last night.
He's turned up today.
Yeah, he's turned it up. Clean shaven except for the handlebar mustache.
Swing and a miss, struck him out. So the A's get 3 hits, do not score, leave them loaded. Bottom of the 5th. Coming up, A's leading 7-2. Sports Network. Tomorrow, it's Sharky time. 7 p.m., Game 1, Sharks, Ducks on NBC Sports, California. Nothing like Sharks playoff hockey. This is the rest of the schedule for that first round series. Game 1 tomorrow, Game 2 on Saturday. And then those two games both in Anaheim. And then back to the Shark Tank for games 3, 4, and 6. If necessary. All the games will be on NBC Sports California. So, Sharks Ducks Game 1. Check it out. NBA playoffs. That'll get started in a couple days.
Now Barnes is going to pinch hit for the hard-throwing right-hander, Baez.
So Migden goes to work. Austin Barnes is your pinch hitter. Barnes caught last night.
Love to see that out of Migden. Early, often, strike one. You got yourself a nice little cushion. Be afraid to attack the zone.
So 1-1 the count. This will be pitch number 70 for Daniel Migden.
After his club scored him a lot of runs in the 4th inning, he came back, had a very quick inning, although he gave up the home run to Grandal, but still did not throw a lot of pitches in the 4 batters.
Strike on the outside corner, 1-2. Breaking ball, and Barnes reached for it, spoiled a pretty good pitch. Top of the order to follow, Taylor and then Peterson. Good fastball right on the outside corner. Strikeout number 5 for Migden.
When you come off the bench to face Daniel Migden, you can see all you want from the dugout, but when you see the double pump, the windup, that makes a huge difference.
No, you're right, boss, and he dropped that breaking ball in there, and Kipe, you made the point. He did a heck of a job of keeping his hands back. Was able to fight it off, spoil a pitch, wait for the one he thought he wanted. Nah. Migden turned him into a window shopper.
So here's Taylor. Taylor is 0 for 2. There's that good curveball. So a first pitch, big breaking curveball, and Taylor swung at it. You don't see that very often.
Taylor got the 3-2 curveball in his last at bat that he got full and popped up weakly to shortstop.
Doesn't get cheated, that's for sure. Chris Taylor. Dodgers got Taylor from the Seattle Mariners. And I don't know that the Dodgers expected Taylor to turn out the way he has turned out, but a great trade nonetheless. You got to give the Dodgers credit for it.
He was a shortstop.
He was middle
for
infielder,
the Mariners, yeah, and a no-hitting shortstop, and all of a sudden he comes here and playing the outfield. 21 home runs last year.
It was middle of June in 2016 when the Dodgers traded for Taylor, and at that time they're thinking, well, we're going to get a backup infielder. And I remember when he was with the Mariners, Ray, he was up and down, and I think he had the starting job maybe for a little while at shortstop. But he came here and played some in 2016. But then last year he ended up playing in 140 games, and they put him in the outfield, and he turned out to be a very good outfielder, and now he's an everyday player. 21 homers and 34 doubles last year. And I do not remember him swinging the way he is swinging now when he was with the Seattle Mariners.
Probably, this is the one thing that I remember is the high pants. That's it. You know, that's the original stirrup. That's the old time stirrups there.
Yeah, I like it.
Well, you have to have the horseshoe with the higher part in the back. That you don't want to turn them around because that's not good.
Yeah, LA for this guy, it does mean launch angle because he lets it rip. That's right. The high part of the stirrup needs to be in the back, low part in the front. That's just a must.
That's right.
In baseball. Up the middle, and that's a base hit. So 1-out single for Taylor.
See, Mengman thought he had him struck out 0-2. Pitch that was close, called a ball, and give him credit, fouled off a couple of tough pitches and ends up getting the base hit up the middle on the fastball. The high fastball got on top of it.
So that is hit number 6 for the Dodgers. And Jock Peterson steps up, double and scored, and a strikeout for the Dodgers left fielder.
It smells good, whatever JR brought you.
Whew. Turkey sandwich.
John Reynolds take care of you, buddy.
He used to take care of you, but you guys just don't seem to be getting along very well.
And Daniel Mengden, go back to last September the 15th in Philadelphia, threw 118 pitches for the shutout, and that's something you could always draw on as a starting pitcher to realize that you could do that, pitch that deep in the game. Exhausted as he was when it was over, but an accomplishment that he'll always remember.
That is definitely a learned behavior. Finishing ball games, closing out a ball game, finishing the 8th inning, finishing the 9th inning. And you're right, Foss, you can absolutely tap into those experiences and get you through times that might not be at the end of the ball game, but a crucial high leverage situation, something you need to work out of. It's a nice reservoir to tap into.
Good pitch right in the same spot. 1-2.
Yeah, it was a strike. Was it a strike?
Yes, it was. Peterson stands a long ways from the plate, too.
Well, we don't see the Dodgers a lot, but the one thing when I talked to one Dodger person who said that Jock Peterson seems like he wants to walk instead of swing the bat. And we saw him last night when he pinch hit on a pitch that he should have been swinging at. To your point, 2-2. Why are you taking one that's close? And the one that he just took for strike 2 had a lot of the plate a few inches above whatever the strike zone might be, the lower part of it. That's a circle changeup grip, the thumb and the index finger forming a circle. So he starts with the changeup grip.
And that one is belted to center, but right at Thompson, who makes the play. So a very hard hit ball, but Trace Thompson was there.
Shortstop, Corey Seager.
And you wonder too, Ray, if what you just said, I think that's interesting. That's maybe a local scouting report from Peterson, but first couple of years, I think people say striking, he strikes out a lot, and you wonder if he starts thinking, well, maybe I shouldn't strike out quite so much, and maybe that changes his approach a little bit.
Not as aggressive. Yeah, and he swung the bat there and line drive, but it's right at Thompson in center. Fortunately for the A's, that could get the out.
You guys make an interesting point. I think that's why the era of the true 3 outcome. I think that's how a hitter gets there mentally. A lot of pressure on him to do damage. So they say, you know what, I've got to be selective. Then they're tired of getting punched out, and they say, if I'm going to get punched out or I'm going to walk, I want to make it worth it, and I'm going to try to go deep.
Right to Lowry. Seager's retired, so a 1-out single, nothing else for the Dodgers, and we're moving to the 6th. 7-2 A's lead.
homestand when the White Sox and the Red Sox come to the Coliseum. First, it's 3 games starting April 16th against the White Sox, followed by a 3-game weekend series against the Red Sox, all starting on April the 20th, that weekend series. The first 20,000 fans get the Matt Chapman Kelly Green replica jersey. That's on Green Friday, April the 20th. Get yours at athletics.com/tickets today. Daniel Mingen, 5 very good innings, a couple of runs, 6 hits, plus an RBI base hit himself.
So that is the new Dodger pitcher, Scott Alexander, the left-hander. When it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. Alexander coming over in a trade leading off season from the Kansas City Royals. It was a 3-team deal between the Dodgers, the Royals, and the White Sox, and this was the guy that the Dodgers very much wanted. Had a really good year last year for the Royals. And he's a Bay Area guy from Santa Rosa. Went to college at Pepperdine.
Alma mater of Dan Herron. And he was a walk-on, I think, at Pepperdine. Or at least he went to school there, pitched well.
Scott went to Cardinal Newman High School in Santa Rosa. Two and 1 to Marcus Semien, 1 for 3 with a 2-run double. Dodgers have Alexander and Cingrani as their 2 lefties in the bullpen. And 3-1 pitches inside, and Marcus takes the walk. So leadoff man aboard, cooling off a little bit. We're told it's now 59 degrees, so it was a nice day.
Yeah, not quite the relaxing Southern California evening I was anticipating.
But still not too shabby.
Not at all.
I think that's the first walk issued by Dodgers pitchers. Olsen swings and misses. Angels won again. They beat the Rangers 7-2. So the Angels are now 10-3. There's your temperature, 59 degrees.
And the Astros lost in extra innings today at Target Field. A game attended by family and friends only.
Base hit for Olsen. Marcus Semien gets to second. He'll stop there. Matt Olson, who did not start the game, he's 2 for 2.
We talk about getting guys these opportunities, knowing that they're going to be able to come off the bench and succeed if that's the role they're playing in any given day. But to be able to stay sharp, stay in the game, you get the nod early. You understand you've got a few ABs ahead of you, not trying to do any more than you're capable of. You got guys on base, might be licking your chops to try to really deliver a big blow early. Not the case for Ole.
Well, where he hit the ball, there's a lot of times nobody on base. There's a second baseman playing in that spot, but since there was a runner at first, created the nice hole between first and second, and Olsen hit the hole perfectly for a base hit.
So RBI chance for Lowry, who's 0 for 3. Mariners take their leads, and Lowry takes a couple of notes of interest from that Angels victory over the Rangers. Again, 7-2 final. Ohtani DH'd in that game. He was 1 for 3. He had an RBI single in his first at bat, and he walked later on in the game. So 1 for 3 with an RBI.
And they're going to Kansas City.
They're going to Kansas City for 4,
where he's going to pitch on Sunday.
Bad news for the excuse me, Ray. Bad news for the Rangers. Elvis Andrus was hit by a pitch, left the game with an elbow fracture.
Oh wow.
You know, Doris had some problems with a. He's had a hamstring.
Yeah, he's on the DL. Yeah. So that's the first time that Elvis Andrus has ever been on the disabled list, and he's headed there. So that is big time bad news, and that's going to be another hit for the A's as it's toward left center field. Simeon will score easily. Olsen hustling to third, and it's 8-2. So Jed Lowry gets his first hit tonight, and it knocks in a run.
Smart play of the day brought to you by your California Ford dealers. And for Chris Davis, he started in the first inning with a bullet to right field off Alex Wood, a 2-run shot. Following the infield hit when Wood did not cover first base. Mark Cannon with a base hit. KD with a 2-run home run, then a double down the left field line. That would start off the 5-run inning, and then a base hit to left field in his last at bat. So he is 3 for 3, triple away from the cycle. Just keep swinging the bat well for Chris Davis, who came into the game with a batting average a little bit over 200, but 3 hits, 3 at bats definitely will help. Right now trying to get a runner in from third base in less than 2 outs.
"13 hits now for the Athletics. Last cycle was Mark Ellis in 2007. And it looks like Davis, so he needs the triple. He'll have a couple of opportunities as it's just the 6th inning. And that one blocked. Lowry thought about going to second, but then stayed at first.
Well, as great as the cycle would be, I think, for Chris Davis, just to try to get a runner in from third base, whatever way to take it. Grandal with a very good block with the runner at third. And looking at first base, figuring he blocked it to keep the runner at third, but sometimes the runner at first will take off to second. Knowing that the catcher is just trying to block the ball to keep the runner from scoring.
Alexander is the 4th pitcher of the night for LA. And that one scoots past Grandal, and Olsen will come in to score. Lowry to second. It's 9-2. Well, this has become a disaster inning for Scott Alexander, who at this point in the game probably in there just to try to get a little work in.
Well, Grandal, good job of the first one. This one, no chance. The slider just kept going, hit in front or to the side of the plate, almost to the right-handed batter's box, and just kept moving. Grandal, no chance to go get the ball except to retrieve it.
So 2-0 the count to Davis. Lowry now at second base. Crowd tonight not real happy. Some moans and groans after that wild pitch. Davis ahead in the count, 2-0. And he drives one left center. Taylor on the move, and Taylor's going to get there and makes the catch. Chris Davis hit that one off the end of the bat a little bit.
Just enough to keep it in the park. Otherwise, it's driven to left center. See him shaking his hand a little bit. That's a great indication the ball was hit off the end of the bat.
It's Josh Fields starting to throw.
See why they need about 8 guys in the bullpen.
Yep. Well, they got tomorrow off, so it could be that Dave Roberts says, let's see if we can get everybody an inning, or most of the guys an inning. In the dirt, Grandal can't really find it, and when he does, it's a little late as Lowry goes to third.
There are times the catcher will deke a runner. That time, though, Grandal had no chance, didn't know where it was.
When it's the pitcher's job here, Foss, to help your guy out, you've got to be pointing 4-4-4, screaming 4-4-4, which denotes it's straight back or right underneath your feet, but it is your pitcher's job in this situation here. You see 4-4-4, it's not up the first base or the third base side too much. Got to help your boy out.
Infield in, and Chapman chops it to Seager, who throws him out. Lowry stays at third, 2 outs.
Good job of Jed Lowry reading that Grandal could not find the ball, able to get to third, but unfortunately the A's could not take advantage of it and bring him in. Actually, the ball that Grandal was looking for hit his catcher's mitt. Sometimes the worst place. It goes to hit your mitt, you don't know where it is. Drops straight down or behind him a little bit.
Piscotty takes a strike right at the bottom of the strike zone. Piscotty's 1 for 3, a strikeout, a fly ball to right, and a single. Swing, maybe a foul tip, and it was 0-2. Lots of runs tonight for Daniel Migden.
He's ready. He's got his glove, and it's on the road. It's on the road.
Well, he was out here, Ray, at 6:20. Ready. First pitch, 7:10. First pitch he threw was probably 7:20.
Michael Barreto looking at him going, what's the matter with you, man?
There you go. That's what Ray and I do right before we start our broadcast. Loosen up the shoulders a little bit. Ready to go. Get your chi centered.
Yeah. We wish we were that number.
That's right. We try to get centered up here. Some days. 2-2 to Stephen Piscotty. Up the middle. Utley's there on the back end. Throws to first, a little bit low. Bellinger's got it. Side retired. 2 more runs for the A's as we are going to the bottom of the 6th inning. 9-2. A's lead.
Athletics. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Athletics Investment Group, LLC.
So Chris Davis, he's had a big night. The A's swinging the bats tonight. 9-2, they lead bottom of the 6th inning. Daniel Migden has been good so far. 5 strikeouts through 5 innings as he faces Kemp, Bellinger, and Grandal. And Kemp drills one toward left center field, and that's a hit. Davis cannot cut it off. Ball rolls all the way to the wall, and Matt Kemp is going to have a double. Chris Davis tried to get over there to cut it off, just couldn't quite get to it.
you mentioned trying to cut this ball off. This ball is sort of slungshot out to left center. KD thinks he's got a good angle on it, just not the case. This ball sort of continued to carry and skip as soon as it hit. You see KD thinks he has the angle, just ran out of room. It's a good job by Trace, make sure he's backing up over there so this thing didn't turn into 3.
So 2 hits tonight for Kemp. 4 hits in the series, and here's Cody Bellinger.
Okay, if there was your first pitch curveball, that was hit by Matt Kemp.
And that went off of Olsen's glove. Everybody's going to be safe.
You know what he was thinking? He was thinking double play.
And it would have been a double play if he catches it.
He may have peeked a little bit before he caught the ball, but you're trying to get it out. Ball was hooking a little bit on him from the left-handed hitter. But it just looked like right at the end, you can see Kemp taking off. And Matt Olsen, fortunately, the ball did not go too far away from him, but Kemp was going off towards third base. And once the ball did get past him, see, he was really leaning too much towards third. If Olsen had come up with it, it might have been a double play.
So it is an error, and looks like we're going to have a double switch. So E3, Smero Petit is coming in. When it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. It's your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. Broadcast on your desktop or mobile device. A's game streamed on the go on the NBC Sports app. Dodgers trying to sneak back into this one. The A's lead 9-2. Dodgers with 2 on and nobody out. So Migden's done. 5+ innings. And it's Yusmeiro Petit who takes over. 87 pitches, the final count for Daniel Migden. Petit to face Grandal. First pitch is down and away.
Well, this is one pitcher the A's need out of the bullpen to have success, because unfortunately he has not been the pitcher the A's expected whenever they signed him. And you know, he's still good. His ERA not that bad, but you know, out of the bullpen you expect him to come in. He had a streak of 32 consecutive inherited runners that were stranded.
And that's a base hit to right field. So Kemp will trot home. And now it's 9-3.
That's a breaking ball that came in the hands of Petit. But if your starter takes you to the 6th inning, Daniel Migden did that. And Petit, here comes your off-speed pitch. It wasn't a breaking ball, change-up, but still soft that the hitter could be able to pull the ball into right field.
So a home run and an RBI hit for Grandal tonight. Keep this in mind with, that's the double switch. Matt Joyce is now in right field. So again, it was a double switch. So Joyce will hit in the 9th spot. And the 9th spot will come up third next half inning. And the first pitch to Utley is a little outside. But as I was saying, keep this in mind. The A's had yesterday off, or had Monday off. Last night they used Hendricks, Hatcher, and Cologne. They have tomorrow off. So if Bob Melvin sees this thing getting weird at all, he will go to his main guys quickly.
You're saying Blake Trinan as early as 7th, maybe the 8th, or 8th, maybe the 7th. He is a strong gentleman, strong man. Blake Trinan is, and he could pitch multiple innings. He was available Sunday, although he didn't think they were going to be able to let him pitch. But he said, "I feel fine." That was the Sunday following the 2 games, Friday and Saturday in Anaheim.
1-1 the count to Utley. Strikeout and a pop out. Bounce to Olsen. Olsen, he's just going to get the sure out at first. So both the runners move up, second and third, 1 out.
When we talked about the role that Yusmeiro Petit is going to fill here for the Oakland A's and for this pitching staff, this is a great opportunity, as Foss mentioned, for him to knock the rust off. Hasn't had the success out of the gate that he'd like to see, but with this sort of a cushion at this point in the ball game, this is a guy that can give you extended innings here, not have to burn up the bullpen. Give him the opportunity, especially with the day off tomorrow, to get deep into his work.
Puig comes out into the on-deck circle. First pitch is a strike to Logan Forsythe. Big at bat right here. A couple of runners in scoring position.
You have a 9-3 lead. You're looking for outs, and that's why the infield is playing back, not worried about a run scoring if a ground ball is hit. Infield back all the way around. Try to get the out, try to keep the ball from going into the outfield. It's on the ground.
Just foul. So 0-2 the count. Forsythe with a single and a strikeout. Dodgers have plenty of firepower. Outfield with Thompson in center, shifted over toward right center. Nice block by Lucroy as he smothers it with a runner at third.
As we always say, you call the breaking ball, you anticipate that it's going to be in the dirt. Curveball was nice, smother job by Lucroy. Keep the runner third base. That gives a lot of confidence to the pitcher to be able to make the pitch, keep it down where it's supposed to be.
Fastball at 89 is high. 2-2 the count. Again, Puig is in the on-deck circle. Big foul. And if you're Dave Roberts, you get a chance to use your best guy on the bench to hit one out of the ballpark. Right. It's Puig. And even if it is the 6th inning,
you're right.
He's thinking, how can I get back in this game quickly?
That's why this at bat, like you said, is big for Yusmeiro Petit.
On the ground toward short. Simeon's throw in time. Run comes in to score to make it 9-4. And now it is going to be Puig.
Pitch hitting for the 66,
Are those boos?
They are not boos. They are actually Puigs.
Yeah.
Just an extended Puig. Oh, they love them, boys.
I know they do.
They love them.
That's what I was wondering. It sounded so much like it was a boo, but it's not. It's the Puig boo. Now, he's very much loved. Those numbers aren't loved, but I mean, after all, they're doing it to Giancarlo Stanton in New York.
Yeah.
So you never know around baseball what might be happening.
Puig is the perfect example of a guy who is loved in his own ballpark, as we are finding out. Disliked in most other ballparks. He's had a few off the field incidents that have given the fans a little extra reason to let them know what they think. This one is belted center field. Thompson's back, and it is. He caught it. He caught it. Sensational play by Trace Thompson to take a 2-run homer away from Puig. Unbelievable.
Now those are boos for Trace Thompson. What a play. Up, timed it perfectly, and watched the heel of the glove, brought it down, kept it in the pocket, and robbed Puig of a 2-run home run. Wow.
Inning, Ray. Happens all the time. What a play. My goodness.
I thought it was going to be way out. Thompson did exactly what you should do. Back to the wall, then jumped. Really never let the wall stop him, although the ball hit the heel of the glove. After your point between innings, he's 6'4", so that helps.
It helps.
That he could go up over the wall. But where the ball, watch where the ball hits in the heel of the glove, and then he's able to kind of squeeze it with his hand, come down, put it in his bare hand, and bring it in. It's Miro Petit said thank you. And the guys on the bench, especially Mington, pounding on the padding and saying yes. That's huge.
Well, if that goes out, obviously the score is 9-6.
Yes.
But now you got the crowd into it big time. So a huge, huge play by Trace Thompson.
But I tell you, when it left his bat, it's a heavy air here tonight.
It was loud.
Yeah, and it just sounded like it was going to be one that Trace Thompson went back to the wall as a courtesy and let the ball go in the seats, but it was able to be caught with a tremendous play by Chase Thompson.
It sounded like a shotgun blast,
Yeah.
and Puig stood him up right here at home plate, pointed, thought he got it. Not so much.
Luke Croy to lead it off. Puig also raised up his helmet.
Yep.
Said, nice play. 1-0 to Luke Croy. Thompson will be next, and then Matt Joyce. Josh Fields is the new pitcher for the Dodgers. pitcher number 5.
Your comment was just so spot on. How many times you see a great play and a guy hits second?
Oh, it happens all the time. It's amazing. Right center, and that's going to get down, and that's going to go to the wall. Lucroy to second with a leadoff double here in the 7th inning.
Boys, we're going to take a look at StatCast here, get some numbers, get a nice inside look at that catch by Thompson here out in center field, doing work, playing above the rim. And he gets back there, ball, wall, ball, good fundamentals here. Not a high number on the sprint speed, no need. 86 feet covered, fundamentally sound, and he brings it back. You take a look at this here. I got you. And Puig says, game recognizes game, man. I see you.
You know, we talk so often about the length, the extra length of an outfielder's glove and how you can't squeeze it. But the fact that it hit in the heel of the glove where his hand is allowed him to at least close his hand a little bit and then have the presence of mind as he fell down, came down against the wall to be able to put it in his right hand. So a tremendous play by Trace Thompson.
See if he can get his first hit as a member of the Athletics. Swing and a miss. So 0-2 the count.
Well, watch the heel of the glove, and again, figure the hand is in the glove, the long webbing. Let's see where he catches it. Squeeze, hold it, come down, grab it with the bare hand. Still had it actually in his hand until he came down to the ground. That's a tremendous play.
Takes high with a fastball from Josh Fields. Saw Josh Field with the Astros for a while.
Yeah.
Came over from Houston to the Dodgers in 2016. A hard thrower. 57 games last year for the Dodgers. 5-0, 2.84.
You mentioned hard thrower. Okay, 94, 97 on the heater. Curveball anywhere from 76 to 82. Mixes speeds with that. Doesn't necessarily feature a changeup. More so against the lefties. He's going to be a two-trick pony. Heater, breaker. Try to get you to fish.
And that's that good fastball, and he got it past Thompson. So one away here in the 7th. Early numbers for Fields. This is his 6th game, so he's off to a good start. He was with the Astros when things were not that good. They were losing a lot of games when he was pitching out of their bullpen.
And when they were called the Lastros?
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Now they're the first rows. Here's Matt Joyce, his first at bat. He came in on the double switch. In right field. Mariners beat the Royals 4-2. Seager, big home run in the 8th inning to give Seattle the lead. Well, the Mariners get a win in Kansas City. That one is hooked foul. So the Mariners are probably getting on the plane right about now. They're heading home. They'll have tomorrow off, and then they will get ready for the Oakland A's. So the Mariners are now 6-4 with their win today. So they take 2 out of 3 in Kansas City. James Paxton had 10 strikeouts in 6 innings, so if he pitched tonight, the A's will not see the big left-hander.
And that's a guy the Mariners have been waiting to come on for a while now, battled some injuries, some inconsistencies.
Man, if he stays healthy, he's really good. They need him too.
Oh, yeah. And Felix on the backside of his career and his stuff. A nice guy to hand that baton to.
Oh, when he was warming up, the eagle had landed.
on him.
How about that?
That was amazing for him.
Wasn't it? I mean, you think he's warming up, but I think I'll take a diversion. I won't go where I'm supposed to go. End up on the shoulders of the starting pitcher. Ryan Buchter gets loose.
Good swing by Joyce. Fouls it back.
That was a big wingspan too.
Yeah, I initially thought it was the new Mariner bullpen cart, and I was thinking, wow, they've really got this figured out.
Yeah.
Have we seen a bullpen cart yet this year?
Have not.
You know what? I saw one downstairs here.
Yeah, there is one.
There's a
Monday
Dodger
said they have
bullpen
one.
cart.
Yeah,
I saw it. I sat in it for a while because I think bullpen carts are really cool. I don't think a bullpen cart will speed up the game.
No, it's an advertisement. They're going to put an advertisement on the side. I remember in New York many years ago, the old Yankee Stadium, they had a car that would bring guys into the bullpen. And if they came on the warning track, and the fans would just pummel you.
Of course.
So they said, you take the car, and the pitchers would run straight across the field. Let the car take it, and then it'd make a U-turn and head back out. Got to sell it.
3-2 to center. Taylor hustling back, but he's going to get there, and he makes the catch. Lucroy goes back, tags up at second. He goes to third. Well struck ball by Joyce.
And Cap, there's your fundamental baseball. Is Thompson able to get the runner to third base? That's a fly ball. It's a sac fly, but now just the runner at third now and 2 outs. So the little things that you try to do, and for Thompson to try to catch up to the fastball, and a little hitting instruction going on here with Jonathan Lucroy and Matt Williams. Luke with 3 hits tonight, so whatever is working, or at least he's doing, is working for him.
5th at bat for Marcus Semien. 2 strikeouts. A double that knocked in 2. A walk. He has scored 2 runs. So knocked in 2 and scored 2. Semien now with 7 RBIs on the year. Remember the days, Ray, when you look at the scoreboard and it would say average home runs, RBIs. What did he do tonight? Dodgers scoreboard has on base percentage, slugging percentage, OPS, OPS plus, and WAR. It's got WAR up there. Look at that. WAR 0.1.
Still early.
Dallas, is that good or bad?
Still early. Still early. That's what that means.
Oh, man. What is it good for? WAR.
Absolutely nothing, right?
Oh, a little bit of a song there we got going here, huh?
That is something, though. OPS plus.
We got Buchter warming up. Got 2018 versus the Dodgers. Slugging 400. 5 at bats, 3 Ks. I mean, come on. Too much information. TMI.
Hey, there's some scoreboards that got more than that.
Well, listen, 9-year-old grandson, he's now 11. Matthew, I remember him saying in the back seat, TMI.
That's beautiful.
TMI.
Was he saying that to you?
Yeah, to Carol and me. To TMI. So what do you mean? It's too much information, Big Papa.
Hey, Big Papa, TMI. I need a little quiet time.
9 years young, man.
Fastball up and in, and now it's a full count. TMI.
It's a scout saying, oh, this is a long. There's your scout going, wow.
Line drive and a base hit left field. Run scores. That's Luke Croy. Marcus Semien with a 3 RBI night.
And you know, that's what you're supposed to do. 3-2. Say, challenge me. Throw me your fastball, your best heater, and I'm going to hit it. And Marcus Semien did exactly that. Take a look at this. Here's a 3-2 fastball. He worked the count perfectly, and Marcus got it. 95 straight. And that's the old saying, you can throw as hard as you want. If you don't locate it, you don't have movement, big league hitters are going to hit it. And Marcus Semien loaded up perfectly and unloaded perfectly. So a great night for Marcus. You drive in 3 runs from the leadoff spot, you're doing something.
And here's Matt Olson. Olson got part of the night off. He pinch hit in the 4th inning for Canna. Canna started and went 1 for 2 with a single. Olson since coming in 2 for 2, 2 singles, RBI and a run score. Swing and a miss, 0-2.
In fact, I've got 5 2-out run scoring hits tonight.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, that's great. 2-run home run in the 1st. You got 3 in the 5th inning when they scored the 5, and then Marcus here. So those are great hits, especially with 2 outs.
Count stays 0-2.
Well, Foss, those were the at-bats that we were talking about looking for early on this season from Oakland, looking for them to be able to string together at-bats, looking for them to be patient, runners in scoring position, hitting with runners in scoring position with 2 outs. Are they able to put those types of at-bats together? And that's what we have seen tonight.
Olson, a good rip, fouls it straight back, right up over the screen and into the seats.
Well, you really have to appreciate also a hitter who really gets aggressive, loads up early enough. He says, if you're going to throw it, I'm going to be ready for it. And the aggressiveness versus passiveness, I mean, you take that anytime. And sometimes you're going to get fooled, but if you're prepared to hit, as Semien was on the 3-2, you're going to take the base hit. Sometimes you're going to get the elevation and hit it out. But you're not going to foul it because you're not aggressive, especially in that count.
So 1-2. Swing and a miss, struck him out. A's get another run on a couple of hits. Lots of offense tonight from the green and gold. 7th inning stretch time coming up. So this was May 3rd, 2017 here at Dodger Stadium. And anytime you see Vince Scully.
Sandy Koufax, and that's a pretty good honor there. Unveiling Tommy Lasorda and the great Sandy Koufax for the one and only Vince Scully. That's pretty neat.
What made Vince Scully so great? Obviously, the terrific announcer, but just about the nicest guy you could ever meet.
Nobody nicer.
Just an absolute gentleman. And that last season that he had with the Dodgers, as the season got close to being done, and I mean, he knew that, hey, I only have so many games. You know, there was a lot of people around.
Oh, yeah.
He handled it with grace.
3 perfect games, 20 no-hitters.
Pretty good on golf, too.
Yes, he was.
And we heard his home run call on Hank Aaron's record breaking when Hank Aaron broke Babe Ruth's home run record. It was an anniversary a couple of days ago. And we heard Vinny's call, which was the radio call.
Right.
And it's the best call I've heard.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was a great call.
Blocked by Luke Roy. So Petit back out there.
I was talking to Dave Roberts yesterday, the manager on the Dodgers, and what he did in 2016. Remember, we were on the plane getting ready to fly to Anaheim when they clinched home run. And Dave Roberts in the celebration on the field, because they just clinched the Western Division. And Dave Roberts had the microphone. He tipped his cap and he said, "Vinny, this is to you." Vince Scully was upstairs where we are next to us. And he said, "Vinny, this is for you." And I said to him yesterday, I said, you know how special that was for a team to win, to celebrate, yet you had the presence of mind to do that. And he said, you know what? I try to teach my players to know the history of the game and know the importance of certain people in the game. And I think he showed it with his expression of appreciation for Vin Scully during that time. Sure, they celebrated, but here's Vin Scully. Tip of the hat to him. His last home game.
Chris Davis grabs it. Well, think about how many great moments he had, but he was behind the mic for Don Larson's the perfect game in, was it 56, right?
Got him. The greatest game ever pitched in baseball history by Don Larson. A no-hitter, a perfect game in a World Series. Never in the history of the game has it ever happened in a World Series. Only the second time in baseball history, a World Series, where a perfect game has been pitched.
Well, it hasn't been done since, and it wasn't done before that. No-hitter in a World Series. I always marveled at Vin Scully. He was such a great storyteller, right? I mean, it was unbelievable. Right? Every story he told, he made it sound like it was the greatest story ever. And as baseball announcers, we know, like, you got to know when to start a story, and you can't start a story with 2 outs, and sometimes things happen and you don't finish your story. It never, ever happened to Vin Scully.
Never.
He always was able to finish his story at the perfect time.
But the one thing
it's
about
unbelievable.
Yeah.
Listen to Vin on this one.
Oh, yeah. No, this is the ground ball through Buckner's leg. This is a class. This is a great call.
Is at second base with 2 out, 3-2 to Mookie Wilson. Little roller up along first, behind the bag. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win it.
See, his call was perfect, right? But he knew that nothing else needed to be said.
Right. He just let the crowd.
So just let it go.
Let it go. And the one thing that he worked by himself, which it makes it bad for us. But I mean, you think about. But I asked him one time. I said, "How did it start?" He says, "What if you think about it? What if you're trying to sell somebody a car, and you got somebody sitting next to you, and he's going to help you sell that car?" you know, he just kind of put it all in perspective. But I mean, Boyd, his right-hand man, who fortunately is next door in the booth, he's still working. But Vin Scully, I don't think there will ever be anybody to equal him.
Nope, not close. Not close. We miss him. We wish he was here at the ballpark, sitting right in the booth next door.
Includes tickets to 8 games. The package includes great matchups like the Giants, the Dodgers, the Yankees, and others. Each pack comes with a 50% off parking pass option and a free Edge 50th anniversary commemorative glass. Visit athletics.com/50pack. That's athletics.com/50pack.
Downtown Los Angeles on a Wednesday night with the A's leading the Dodgers 10-4. We've reached the 8th inning. Wilmer Font is the new pitcher. Big right-hander Font. 6'5", 240 pounds from Venezuela. Pitching in his 4th game. He's got a couple of losses for the Dodgers. $49,394 is the attendance, as Kike Hernandez is the new shortstop. 49394. Heading for the exits.
Yeah, they've been filing out for a while now.
Well, it's past the 7th inning, isn't it?
You got it. You got it.
Well, we don't want any traffic with our buses headed to the airport. We have a late arrival in Seattle already. So we appreciate them filing out. Off day tomorrow for the A's, and then 3 against the Mariners in Seattle, and then the A's are home. White Sox, Red Sox. That is the homestand next week. On Tuesday, get there early, because it's going to be a fun party. Get there early, take public transportation. It'll make your life easier. That's a base hit. Lowry shoots one through the left side. He's 2 for 5. 16 hits now for the Athletics.
Well, great job opposite field to start this inning. Get a couple of strikes, the shift, and just lay your bat on the ball to take it through the shortstop position. And there's no shortstop there. That's a great job of hitting by Jed Lowry. Look at the shortstop shading up the middle, and there's a ground ball to the short into left field for a base hit. I was talking to Mitch Poole, who's on the visiting side, clubhouse manager now. And with the All-Star game coming in 2020, this place is going to remain, but a lot of renovation is going to have to be done because there are certain requirements for the All-Star game. And like he said, there are not enough lockers in this clubhouse for a team, you know, because the All-Star team is expanded. You have a lot more players, number one, but you have traveling personnel. So that's going to benefit the under part of this stadium. I mean, you're looking at a pretty standard stadium on the field and the seats, but underneath, they're going to have to probably do some things to upgrade. Remember the Royals, when they had the All-Star game, they spent $250 million on Kauffman Stadium to get it ready for the All-Star game. And they did a tremendous job. They had a great location. And I asked about this place. I said, you ever get a new stadium? He said, there's no reason. Parking, you already hold, I mean, 49,000 tonight holds well over 50,000. No reason to build a new one. The parking lot is massive.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
I think it's as big as Kansas City.
Yeah. So if you already have it, you might as well just improve it. And evidently they've already done a lot to it.
Well, a while back they made new clubhouses really on both sides, home and road. I know the road clubhouse was extremely small, but that is much nicer now.
Much nicer now. Foss, you and I had a good time kind of going down memory lane as we took in what that clubhouse looks like now as opposed to what it used to look like.
But even the clubhouse now, as it's a new one and it's very nice, but it's still not necessarily a real big clubhouse.
Right, and that's why it has to be enlarged for an All-Star game, because you're going to have to bring in, what is it, 30 players, 32 players for each team. Plus
you got coach. I mean, there's just a lot more people in general.
And I know right now you walk in that clubhouse while it's okay, but even September call-ups, it's got to be small for that, so they have to increase the size.
Work to be done.
If they've done down below what they did at Yankee Stadium when they built a new one, where they have all this seating area down below, the special seats, the high rent district.
High to left. Peterson back, and that baby's gone. 12-4.
There's the power of Matt Chapman. Jed Lowry, good at bat, going opposite field on a 2-strike pitch. Chris Davis strikes out. Matt Chapman. Wow, there's your curveball, stayed back. That's pure power when a hitter is able to take a 74-mile-an-hour curveball and hit a home run, because you know the pitcher's not providing any power, and this is all Matt Chapman. And that wasn't cheap.
Matt Chapman now with 11 RBIs to go with his 4 home runs, 2 more hits tonight. Chapman now has 17 hits on the year, and this is the A's 13th game. So what a terrific start for the young star.
Remember at the Coliseum where they do that Q&A, who's going to hit more home runs? They ask the players between Olsen and Chapman. And they always say Olsen because of what he did last year. I would not. No. Chapman, you know, he's the complete player. And just proof right there. When you're that strong, to be able to hit a home run on that slow of a pitch, that's doing something.
This is the pitcher spot for the A's, so Smolinski pinch hitting.
Good call, partner. You woke me up on that.
I know.
Because I'm waiting. Said, wait a minute, double switch, and Joyce hitting 9th, and you're right. That's the 6th spot of the batting order. Piscotty came out.
Breaking ball is low.
And on double switch, the manager has to go directly to the umpire first.
I believe so, yep.
Yeah,
before he calls in the pitcher.
Right.
Effort to make the defensive substitution, correct?
Bob Melvin, of course, manager of the National League, very familiar with it. He's got his third base coach, Matt Williams. So these guys are very familiar with the importance of that. In fact, yesterday, Bob Melvin was Matt Williams standing next to him and said, man, he did a double switch and took Matt Williams out. He says, you never take your best player out. He was talking about that. He goes, you can't do that.
Nice play by Forsythe, and Smolinski is retired, so that's the second out.
You know, one thing, Cap, is we were walking by and viewing the old clubhouse, the one that I know I was in '74, and the A's were there in '88, and it just last, I don't know how many years they changed over to the one they're in right now. But the old clubhouse is used as, you ready for this? The Dodgers research and development and baseball information, and it's that close to the visiting clubhouse. And well, what are you doing?
It is. It's almost connected. Actually.
Well, it's kind of a door, you know, between it, but they have it set up, and the door is open, and you can walk in and see all these computers and everything in there. And I'm going, that's a little bit close.
Is there a tunnel?
On the
something going on? Or Dallas, did you check that out? Is there something going on behind you?
Or cameras, or
just saying.
Some, you know, who knows? Scouting reports, you're going over hitters, whatever, and you got somebody listening. That's always been the suspicion, or not just here, but around baseball, where, you know, be careful, because if you go to the visiting clubhouse, what has the home team done with all the technology to be able to find out what you're talking about? I'm just saying now. I'm not, you know, for sure, but just saying.
More action for Forsythe at third. Side retired. Matt Chapman with home run number 4 on the air. A high towering drive to left field. So we head to the bottom of the 8th. The A's leading the Dodgers 12-4. Good numbers for the A's tonight. 12 runs, 17 hits. They made 1 error. Dodgers 4 runs, 8 hits in an error. Daniel Migden 5+. Davis with a home run. Chapman with a home run. Alex Wood not sharp at all. Wood is a very good pitcher, but he just did not have it tonight. So the A's breaking out offensively tonight. That's the good news. And they also head to the bullpen. Ryan Buchter comes in for appearance number 7 for Buchter. Buchter playing part of the season with the Padres last year. He knows all about Dodger Stadium. Facing Matt Kemp. The Twins beat the Astros today in Minnesota 9-8. So the Twins take 2 out of 3 from the Astros in that series. It was a wild game.
Cold game too, evidently.
Yeah. Twins had an 8-6 lead going to the 9th. The Astros, no surprise, tied it in the top of the 9th. And then Max Kepler hit a walk-off home run. So Twins 9, Astros 8. So Houston now 9-4. They are off tomorrow, and they will host the Texas Rangers over the weekend. So Angels win, Astros lose, Mariners win, Rangers lose. That is what has happened in the AL West tonight. Two and one the count to Kemp. Bellinger to follow, and then Grandal. Good pitch right on the outside corner. Yankees beat the Red Sox 10-7 in a wild one.
Big league fracas involved.
Yeah, a couple of brawls today, and one of them was the Yankees and the Red Sox. They're a little angry at each other. Olsen hustling over, cannot quite get it. The concern for the Red Sox, though, after one inning, Ray, David Price, who got knocked around in that one inning, but he left, could not go out to pitch the second. And what I read was he felt a very strange sensation in his hand. Obviously, his pitching hand.
It's called giving up 4.
Maybe.
But
that has to be a concern.
Yeah, precautionary. And there's a lot of Tommy Johns. A.J. Puck just had his Tommy John surgery. He's out for the season, obviously. We talked about Jarrell Cotton in spring training.
Dallas, what did you think of that when you hear somebody say, I felt this an odd sensation in his hand?
Well, what you have to remember is David Price took a little hiatus last year, found himself coming back and pitched great for the Red Sox out of the bullpen down the stretch. And there was something to that, you know, maybe not getting him back on the starters regiment after encountering that elbow issue. And so now when you fast forward and you think about the workload.
So Matt Kemp has his third hit.
You think about the workload there, and it does. It starts to raise the questions. Well, how does that elbow really look? How does that elbow really feel? Is it going to be something that continues to hinder him and give him issues as a starter? So it's a very precarious position if you're the Boston Red Sox to be in right now when you think about how important he is to that rotation and in that division, and potentially not having a guy you've penciled in to depend on for the next 6 to 7.
And this was his third start tonight. He was terrific in his first 2 starts. Here's Bellinger. First pitch is a strike.
Is it this year as he opt out, or was it last year? He's got an opt out in his contract.
I think it's after this year.
Yeah. But anybody with an opt out, I would be very careful about opting out the way the free agent market went this offseason.
Oh, buddy.
Oh, my gosh, that had to raise a red flag with maybe anybody who's got an opt-out except Clayton Kershaw.
Yep. Yeah, he's going to get his regardless, but I agree with you. I don't think he's going anywhere. Just like with Justin Upton when he went to the Angels and he had an opt-out and the Angels sat down and renegotiated and extended it.
The other brawl was in the Rockies-Padres game, and that one was kind of simmering. And I was not surprised that things got weird there because it was an all-out brawl. Popped up. Going to be a play for Lucroy or Chapman, and it's going to be Matt Chapman who comes sprinting down. Lucroy bails out.
Jonathan Lucroy did something there that I've never seen. He took off his mask, then took off his helmet. And then smartly, watch as he goes after it. I mean, he's going after Matt Chapman. The ball is up so high. There's the mask. There goes the helmet. I've never seen that. And then Matt Chapman called him off. But I mean, that's what, as a catcher, you go for it. First or third, I've always said it. It's easier for them coming in than for you to try to turn around and make the play. But I guess Jonathan didn't want the helmet on. I'd keep it on just in case it hit me on the head.
Well, tell me, when a ball like that goes up and you're the catcher, you obviously know that it goes up, but you have to lose it for a moment, right? I mean, just the fact that the ball's going up.
First of all, to find it.
Yeah.
Because you're down, and then the ball goes up. You have to look up and see it. It's not like an infielder,
so
outfielder.
You're not necessarily seeing it right away. You know it's up there, but you got to look up and find it immediately.
And plus, when the ball goes back, it always comes back towards home plate. It always comes back towards the field. And that's why you see catchers that will run back, and all of a sudden, whoops, it comes back behind them, but it's just the spin of the baseball, the way it comes back. But mostly, you take off your mask, find the ball, get rid of the mask so you're not going to step on it. But I've never seen a catcher take off his helmet, too, which Luke did. Maybe it's just natural. Maybe he had enough time to have a sandwich and a soda and take a nap because it was up there.
Hit some pretty good pop-ups.
Yeah. Luke with 3 hits tonight, calling a good game with Daniel Mingden in the bullpen.
He's got a couple of RBIs.
And Luke's got his off day tomorrow, which is a scheduled off day for the team.
Grandal can't believe it. He's a little disgusted. Grandal homered in the 4th inning. And the Rockies and the Padres, that game, 5 players were ejected due to the brawl. Luis Perdomo, the pitcher for the Padres, threw behind Arenado, and Arenado knew it was coming because of something that happened the night before.
That's right. They lit up Manny Margot right in the rib cage late in the ball game. Margot left the game with the injury.
Chris Davis on the move. Chris Davis can't get it. Big hop off the wall. Thompson does a nice job getting over there to grab it. So it's a double for Grandal. He's got 3 hits. 2nd and 3rd and 1 out.
I've seen Booker trying to come in, looking for it in the stays away. Just does a good job of getting barrel to ball. Katie unable to come up with a catch again. Trace Thompson, good job of trailing over into the alley. Get the ball in quick. Grandal seeing it well.
And here's Utley. Utley is 0 for 3. Looking at Chase Utley's career numbers, he has 1,856 career hits, 259 career home runs, 402 career doubles.
And 1 slide that changed the rules for baseball at second base.
I think you're right.
He was sliding the postseason a couple of years ago with the Dodgers at the Mets infielder broke his leg.
Wilmer Flores.
Missed again, 2-0.
Sitting on 199 times that he's been hit. Buchter could throw that 95 in the rib cage. That'd be a good way to get 200.
Yeah. But yeah, to finish that brawl story, as Dallas was saying, Manny Margot, young center fielder for the Padres, he got hit right in the ribs, DL. That was last night, and the Padres threw at Story early today, and then the Rockies retaliated, and then so thinking, okay, it's even, right? But then they went after Arenado, and Arenado
snapped.
Was not happy. So there was a lot going on, Dallas, in that one. That was a fairly good brawl, if you want to categorize brawls.
Oh yeah, they got after it. And look, the idea is, Arenado understands who he is. You're taking his career potentially into your hands. And anytime you start running baseballs up around the head area, people are going to take issue with it.
Right.
But any more these days, if you're looking to square up and it's you and me, I think more times than not, hitters are tired of it. Guys are throwing 95, 100 miles an hour. They're tired of it. Sure. Frankly, I think to myself, you know what? Does hockey have something figured out that we don't?
That's right. And minor league baseball.
And Arenado did not get hit. The ball just missed him. It zipped past him.
It threw behind him.
But those two teams, they've had quite a few hit by pitches early in their season series already this year, the Rockies and Padres. So bad blood. As Utley swings and misses.
One thing I noticed on that, there were one player and somebody else on the bench of the Padres when it was going on. If you're on the disabled list or your coach, you're supposed to be trying to be the peacemaker. If you're on the DL and on the bench, you can't leave the bench. But some say, and I think what Dallas is referring to, that in hockey, 2 guys go at it, you better not leave because let them go. And then
that one is just flipped to left. Davis coming in. Davis has it. Kemp's going to tag up. Kemp's going to try to score, and he will. So Utley just kind of said, I'm going to try to make contact, and he hit it just deep enough for a sacrifice fly. Got Kemp home, so it's 12-5.
Well, you're right. He just flipped it, and that is the veteran Chase Utley with a pitch outside, just kind of protect him, maybe even out of the strike zone, but shallow fly ball. Kemp going back to tag, and Chris Davis giving it his best shot, and thinking about throwing home was Chapman, but he decided against it.
So 2 outs. Here's Forsythe with Grandal still at second base. Fastball inside.
If I want to say at the minor league level,
yeah,
it's similar that if there is something on the field, you're not allowed to leave the bench. I don't know. That's in hockey, right, Dallas, as far as hockey, you can't join in the melee.
Right.
That's similar to what happens in baseball. And some people say that baseball should be some sort of rules that, you better leave the bullpen. Everybody runs in. The problem in today, not only was that one, but then all of a sudden another one broke out around the perimeter.
There's some brush fires going on around, and it looks like things got calmed down, and then Mark McGuire got involved. And
well, Mark was saying Arenado put up 3, like that's the 3rd time, or we got it 3 times in retaliation, whatever. But typically coaches, peacemakers, DL stay on the bench. But the one that the Padres had, when guys were coming out of the clubhouse with no shirts on.
Yeah, the Braves. That's, to me, that's in my vote goes, that was the best baseball ball ever. It was the Padres and the Braves, maybe 1984.
Yeah, I mean, you'd see guys coming out, Champ Summers and Kurt Bavacqua and guys, they were people in the stands for coming.
Yeah, remember Ed Whitson had his shirt off?
Well, you could Google it. If you want to see fight, you can Google it and say, here it is.
Ed Whitson had his shirt off.
And he was in the clubhouse when he came out.
Exactly. Side retired. A run for the Dodgers. Sacrifice fly by Utley. We are through 8 from Dodger Stadium. 12-5 A's. Remember Klay Thompson, or Trace Thompson made the great catch?
Yeah.
This is Klay Thompson's Twitter account. We just got it. Listen, this is Klay watching the play.
Okay. Good pick. Good hit. Okay. Okay. Woo! Woo! No.
Oh, that's beautiful. Nice work by the guys in the truck. So Klay Thompson
And you
He
know,
liked it.
what's good, he doesn't have to put on his Dodgers cap. He could put on his A's cap.
Yeah, that's right.
Because that was one of the great sights when he was in San Francisco or here, whenever Clay was in a suite and had the Dodgers cap
That's
on,
right.
and they showed it. I think it was in San Francisco.
Well, he can wear the A's cap.
Yeah, he can do anything he wants.
Plus, he did the Dikembe Mutombo. No.
That's just proof that both these guys can play above the rim.
Yes, indeed. He was Trace was above the rim. And we're glad Clay's watching. He's getting himself ready for the San Antonio Spurs. That's who the Warriors are going to play in the first round. There was a lot of wonder who the A's or who the Warriors were going to play in that first round. It's going to be the San Antonio Spurs.
Still remember when Clay came down behind the dugout eating nachos when he'd had some sort of a little concussion. And so I said, he's okay. You can watch an A's baseball game and eat nachos. He's in the clubhouse.
One and two the count. Trace looking for his first hit. He's 0 for 4. 0 for 4, but the play of the game. Facing Wilmer Font. Good take there, 2 and 2. 6 pitchers tonight for the Dodgers. Wood, Chargois, Baez, Alexander, Fields, and Font. Up the middle, and that's a base hit. Trace Thompson gets his first hit.
Well, in case you missed it and you missed Clay Thompson's Twitter account, you get to see it here live, or at least in tape. That's a tremendous play to be able to go up, catch it in the heel of the glove and bring it down, to be able to squeeze it enough to bring it down. Petit liked it, of course, the bench, they loved it. That's the starting pitcher, Daniel Mingden, and a tip of the cap by Yasiel Puig. Trace Thompson.
Fans, we are playing strike zone.
Well, we're glad he got a hit after that great defensive play.
You know what I like seeing the starting pitcher on the bench.
Yep.
Daniel Mingden's there. He pitches 5+. I don't know if he's iced or not, but he's back out on the bench in the 9th inning, cheering on his teammates.
Joyce takes low, 2-0.
Here's Mingden.
Daniel Mingden, pretty good chance to get that first win. $18 hits for the A's. 19 hits for the A's as Joyce drops one into right field. Thompson with good speed. He goes around to third.
Well, remember in the last at bat, the first one, whenever Matt Joyce pinched hit, he hit the ball straight away center field for an out, this time off the end of the bat. Loops one into right field, and here the bat maybe cracking a little bit. Trace Thompson able to hustle over to third base, so the A's an opportunity with a runner at third, less than 2 outs, to bring him in.
Big night for Marcus Semien. He gets his 6th at bat here, and he's got a chance to drive in more runs. He's got 3 RBIs already. 2 hits, 2 runs, and 3 RBIs. And I would think Ray, as a hitter, where you can tell as a team everything's going right offensively, balls are falling in. This is where you got to get a little greedy, maybe even a little bit selfish.
Absolutely.
Pick up another RBI.
Yeah, if you're swinging the bat well and your team's doing well, yes, you get greedy, and especially with a run on third, less than 2 outs. Still say his at bat, the last one in the 7th inning, went 3-2 fastball with 2 outs, runner at third, crushed the ball.
Manny Grandal has worked hard tonight, so he'll enjoy the off day tomorrow for the Dodgers. Most of the crowd has exited. Backhanded. Seager out at second, on to first. No throw to first as Utley could not get the throw off. Joyce was coming in hard, and Joyce was right on top of Utley. So it's a fielder's choice, but Marcus does get another RBI. So Thompson comes in to score. Last game with 20 hits, June 17, 2015 against the Padres. The A's sitting at 19 right now.
Thought as hard as that ball was hit, it was going to be a double play, but that's the aggressiveness of Matt Joyce, getting to second base quickly enough that Utley could not turn to. I would say for Marcus Semien to drive in his good friend, Trace Thompson, as we mentioned with the White Sox together.
And you know what? Joyce's hustle gets Semien an RBI.
That's exactly right.
And Marcus Semien, a 4 RBI night. So he now has 9 RBIs on the year. Olsen. Very good cut. Fouls it just down to our left. Here's your full shift. Forsythe, the third baseman, moves all the way across the diamond. That's the way the Dodgers do their shifts. I kind of get that. I guess you're really only moving one player then out of position, as opposed to you start sliding people well over.
Well, you know, this begs the question now. Let's say Matt Olson wasn't going well. Let's say Matt Olson's looking out and he sees the entire left side of the infield available to him. Is this an opportunity where Matt Olson gets to push something to the third base side, gets to just make contact, cut the swing down? Or are there unwritten rules preventing Matt Olson from taking what's given to him?
He's got a hit. But a fair question, Dale. I'm going to say if let's say Matt Olson was indeed kind of struggling, I would say if he bunted there, the Dodgers would not be happy with him. Would you agree?
No, that's true. But you know what happened with the backup catcher with the Orioles? That's a good swing on the 2-strike pitch, a curveball that Matt Olson stayed back. Remember, he's already gotten 1 hit to left field. And for Matt Olson coming in late, he's gotten 3 hits.
3 for 3, 3 for 4.
Game. So good for him with the base hits. But the young man, when the Orioles were down 7 runs against the Twins, remember he bunted with a shift to the right side, and they were critical of that. I'm sorry, you're down 7. You're trying to get on base, and as it turned out, the tying run came to the plate.
Yep.
But the kind of the unwritten rule about this game being an 8-run lead in the 9th inning, to bunt, swing the bat, yes, but to bunt, probably not a good idea. The late Sparky Anderson always said, you stop hitting, we stop running. But it's never, you know, with a big lead, but it's true. But
just foul. Yeah, if you're behind in the game, but the other team is still shifting on you and you want to bunt.
Yeah, exactly.
What's wrong with that?
Well, my whole point, I mean, personally for Matt Olson, guys at the dish, he's got an opportunity to get himself another knock. And if you're going to shift advantageously in an effort to defend him, I can't for 1 minute listen to an argument as to why he should not be taking what is given to him.
And that's a good point with the shifts. Exactly. The way shifts are now, as common as they are in the game of baseball, it should nullify a lot of the so-called unwritten rules about what you can and can't do. But yeah, if you're playing straight up, that's one thing, but you're shifting. And yeah, that's a good point.
Because you shift for one reason and one reason only.
Right.
That's to strategically defend or take away my ability to succeed and execute a said play in a said game situation. And if you're going to ask me to not compete, well, sorry, I can't have that.
One and 2 to Lowry. So Dallas, what you're saying is the the score then, and in this case the A's leading by a lot, the score becomes a non-issue if you are shifting on me.
Correct. It becomes a moot point, because I think we've all heard this, what I'm about to say, actions speak louder than words. Well, by placing your third baseman on the right side of second base, you're telling me that you're still strategizing in an effort to get me out.
Yeah, and if he pulls the ball into the shift instead of it being a base hit, it's going to be an out. And in a case like this where the infield is straight up, this is where kind of the bunt would not be acceptable, because they are playing straight up defense. But that's a good point, Dallas, because with the shift, you are trying to take away the benefit of the hitter, you know, with his hitting if he pulls the ball. But
well, that's a good argument. It really comes down to how much does the shift change the unwritten rules?
Right. That's a great point, because it to me it does, and if you really think about it. And even when that young man, I can't remember.
I can't think of his name either.
But anyway,
I know the situation.
But when he bunted, and to hear the Twins play, you can't do that. You know, you've got enough veteran players going to take care of that. I mean, you're down 7 runs. You're down, and you're shifting him, and so that's it. That's the point. And you're down 7.
Yes.
And he bunted against the shift. It wasn't a personal thing. It was, I need to get on base.
I'm trying
to help my team come back and win this game, even down by 7. Because in the game of baseball, it's not a time. It's all about outs.
You're saying there was a shift.
There was a shift, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there was. Everybody to the right side. As a left-handed hitter, he just pushed the ball, and they were screaming at him.
You know what? Zip it.
Exactly.
Yes.
You know, and then the writer said, well, when they meet again later in the season, with this carryover, you know, why create a situation that really is a moot point?
Yeah, the power of the pin is what's responsible for anything after the fact.
Yeah.
2-2 the count. Good battle here. Lowry and Wilmer Font, who's doing extra duty tonight. The Dodgers will not get another pitcher up, I do not believe. And Font has turned 44 pitches, and there's 1 out here in the 9th inning. Sometimes you take one for the team. Another foul ball.
Cisco kid, right?
Yeah, Chance Cisco was the catcher that did that.
Yeah, I know it was like that, Cisco or whatever, but it's Cisco kid. I saw something the other day with the Yankees that there's your friends, Dallas. They're still there behind you, buddy. I hope they got you some food in the 7th inning.
They did. I actually sent out a tweet. A gentleman brought me a couple hot dogs. Got a good thing going down here.
Dodger dogs?
Yes, sir.
You got a good thing going. Huh?
They were amazing, both of them.
I'm going to text you in 1 hour. See how you're doing.
might be a voicemail. Okay?
3-2 with 2 on and 1 out.
You know, for Font, this is almost like an all-star game where you use everybody and all of a sudden say, oh, I only have 1 guy left.
Yep. What can you do?
Yeah. And you got to wear it, but Jed Lowry's not helping with this great at bat.
That one down the right field line, and it is gone. Three-run homer right down the line for Lowry, and now it's 16-5.
That was an at-bat, and kind of what you mentioned before about Marcus Semien getting greedy. Well, that's an at-bat for Jed Lowry. 11th pitch, he hits the home run. His last 3 at-bats, 3 hits, gets a fastball down. He hit it so hard it wouldn't hook. Foul right down the line, and a 3-run shot for Jed Lowry.
So Lowry has 4 RBIs tonight. Still only 1 out. 16 runs and 21 hits for the A's.
So there's your total hits. We showed the 20 in 2015 against the Padres, and
well, we said the best play of the night, and that was probably the best at bat of the night.
Yes, it was.
Lowry, 3 for 6, 2 singles, a homer, 4 RBIs, and 2 runs scored.
I tell you what, I know you can hear the crowd, boys, and I think the best play of the night might have just happened right below you fellas.
Really? High in the air to center field. Taylor backs up, and he's got it. So that's the second one.
And a one-handed, bare-handed snag on the foul ball carom. A lot of athleticism on display here in that middle bowl.
The athletes have stuck around. So with 2 outs, here's Matt Chapman. He's 2 for 5 with 3 RBIs and a home run. Pretty good breaking ball from Font, who is now up to 51 pitches. You know, Dave Roberts hates to do this to a guy,
but I think a lot of this happened a result of what happened in the middle part of the game.
No question.
You know, when pitchers come in, they face 4 batters and they're out, and it could have been a double switch and at least maybe pitched another inning.
Yeah, Chargois pitched a third of an inning.
Yeah. I'm glad you said him.
Chargois.
Because like Cisco
You haven't said it yet.
Chargois. Just following you, partner.
Yeah.
That's cheating, boss.
Oh, yeah. Hey, listen. No dummy.
Inside to Chapman.
You know, after Friday's game in which the A's had the 6-0 lead, then it was, you know, 8-7, 9-7. They kept adding on, and then finally the 5 runs in the 8th inning by the Angels. But tonight the A's have kept adding on, and they've gotten great pitching to prevent the Dodgers from coming back. And a great catch by Trace Thompson in center field. That helped take 2 down.
Three 2 is a little pop-up. It's going to be the pitcher. No, it's not. It's going to be the catcher, Grandal, who hangs on side, retired. 4 runs for the A's, the final 3 coming on Jed Lowry's 3rd home run of the year. Big night for the A's. They lead it 16-5.
The fielder, Chris Davis.
Designed for the grind that comes through every time. See your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota. Let's go places. By Southwest Airlines. Low fares, no hidden fees. That's transparency. And by Xfinity. X1 will change the way you experience TV.
Where'd everybody go?
Head now, 21 runs scored in this game, 16 of them by the A's, 16-5. And it's Emilio Pagan who will try to get the final 3 outs for the Athletics. Facing Kiki Hernandez. Hernandez hitting in the original pitcher spot. And Franklin Barreto is in the game. 1-1 pitch runs way inside. Taylor to follow, and then Peterson here in the top of the 9th inning. That one is belted to left. Davis near the wall, and it's gone. Kike Hernandez with a home run.
Two-on fastball. Here it is, running in on the inner half of the plate at 93, and Kiki Hernandez. And guys, we talk about the shift and the bunts and all that. How about a 2-1 slider when you're up as much as the A's are? You know, you're going to challenge a fastball. So from the hitter standpoint, where it was 16-5, you're going to challenge it, which is a good idea. And the hitter's going to be doing exactly what Kiki Hernandez did, looking fastball and unloading.
So 3 home runs.
And if you'd thrown a slider, they'd have been screaming, throw the fastball, let's go.
Chris Taylor's 1 for 4, and he rolls it.
There's a slider. I always say for a relief pitcher, they don't throw that many innings. And when they give up earnings, especially in a game like this, it's only against their ERA, which takes a long time to come down when you're making an appearance and with 1 inning. It's not like a starter can go deep in the ball game and lower the ERA.
You have a rough go your first couple outings. You spend the next 4 months slicing and dicing and still staring at a double-digit ERA.
Migden won 5, Petit 2, Booker 1, and now Emilio Pagan.
And he's still there.
Shallow right center. Thompson hustling in, and he makes the count.
Time now for the Chrysler drive of the game, and listen to this for all of those who love to see pitchers hit. Daniel Migden, a base hit up the middle. For some reason, Taylor in center field thought he could throw out the speedy Matt Chapman. He overthrew everybody. Migden ends up in second with an RBI single, E8. So that is our Chrysler drive of the game. Daniel Migden. He made his entire starting staff extremely happy with that 1 base hit. And that was the beginning of 3 consecutive 2-out hits. And Migden started it with a very, very good bat. Did not give it away. And again, we saw it last year in Philadelphia.
1-0 to Jack Peterson, who's 1 for 4 with a double. Scored a run way back in the 1st inning. I was thinking, Ray, with Franklin Barreto in the game for obviously just the 9th inning here, but with Marcus Semien having played in every game so far this year, and Jed Lowry having played in every game, I'd be surprised if maybe Barreto gets a start in Seattle at one of those 2 positions.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, but you know, the one thing again, because of the additional 4 off days for the A's this year, a total of 24 counting the All-Star break, that the off day really comes tomorrow. So I mean, the next off day would be the following Thursday, so maybe sometime the weekend or maybe the White Sox series. But Kipe, I think what's happened with the CBA collective bargaining agreement, where they wanted more off days, that it's going to help some position guys where they don't really need the off day because the off day is already there.
Sure.
So we'll see what happens, but I agree with you, but the case of Barreto, but you know, he played center field in Venezuela in winter baseball. And, you know, depending what happens with Jed Lowry, he could play second, probably his better position. Talking to some scouts, they feel that that is his best position. Got the young kid Mateo, guy from the Yankees, good shortstop. So the A's are going to have to make some decisions on some of the players they have.
Chapman shows off the arm. Nice easy throw across. Peterson's retired.
He tried, he being Peterson, tried to go to the opposite field. A base hit, with a pitch away from him.
Number 17, Kyle Farmer.
So the pinch hitter is going to be Kyle Farmer. He's pinch hitting for Seager. It's the most runs the Dodgers have given up in 4 years.
Wow.
That's not a surprise. Dodgers always seem to have pretty good pitching, but gave up 16 runs tonight. Want to know the count to Farmer? That's a strike, 1-1. And we'll be back with you on Friday night from beautiful Safeco Field in Seattle. Andrew Triggs and Mike Leake. That's your pitching matchup. Mike Leake won his first 2 starts. Graveman and Gonzalez on Saturday. Manaya and Hernandez on Sunday. Pagan trying to get the final out. We'll reach the seats. Good time to go for a foul ball now because there's hardly anybody here.
And then seeing
someone
someone
had it in his cap. Now there's a little scrum.
watching some of the close-ups that Tommy has, the great director has of the baseball. They have the 60th anniversary baseballs that the Dodgers use. A's with their 50th. The Giants have their 60th. So some logoed baseballs being used this year.
Simeon has it. He's going to throw to first, but not in time. So it's a hit for Kyle Farmer, the pinch hitter.
I don't know that Marcus would have thrown him out. The little double clutch didn't help. Allowed Farmer to get down the line a little quicker.
Number 27, Matt.
So here's Kemp, who's had a big night. Kemp is 3 for 4, 2 singles, a double, 2 runs scored. Kemp says, sure, I'll take another shot for hit number 4. Batting average now at 367. Pleasant surprise for the Dodgers. Kemp came over in that trade from the Braves, where the Dodgers gave up. Well, it was just kind of a contract dump on both sides. But in reading the articles about the trade right after, I said, well, there's no way Matt Kemp will ever put that Dodger uniform on again.
Yeah.
And I think they tried to trade him in the offseason. Nobody took him. He's got a contract that runs through next year for very, very large cash, $21 million a year. But to his credit, he got himself in great shape. He really does look good. He looks like he did 7, 8 years ago when he was one of the best players in all of baseball. And the way he looks now and the way he's playing now, he's really going to help the Dodgers.
One word is called pride.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Brandon McCarthy started the game today. Scott Kazmir was DFA'd, I think. He was let go.
And it was Adrian Gonzalez.
Adrian Gonzalez ends up going to the Mets, and he had a grand slam the other day.
Brandon McCarthy just hit the DL today, covering first base.
Oh, wow.
Glove, shoulder, so the left shoulder. I don't quote me on this. I believe it was separated. He attempted to put it back in place, but he had to leave the ball game. Hate to see that.
Yeah. There's no Brandon Inge who just pops it back in and keeps playing.
Oh, man.
Gets a big hit. Okay, I'm out of here. Shoulder kind of hanging a little bit, but we did it.
So it's Joyce who grabs it, and this ball game is over. And it was a night for the A's offense as they came out swinging big time, and it ended up with 16 runs and 21 hits. Time of game was 3 hours and 50 minutes. That's 3-5-0, played in front of 49,394. Final score tonight from Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles: the Athletics